the International Energy Forum brings together the International Energy Agency and the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries to compare and to contrast their global energy outlooks. As you can imagine, a lot of data, analysis, and research goes into these outlooks. So we really love to take the time to delve deep and to examine the details so we can add value to the industry and indeed, more importantly, to add value to you right now today. We have a tremendous lineup of speakers for you. We have ministers, we have analysts, we have experts, and they're all going to be sharing their views in two information-packed panels with exceptional moderators and great guests as well. There will be an opportunity for you to ask questions through the Q&A session down below, so take advantage of that and we'll really try to get our moderators to put some of those questions to the panelists. Great news, we're absolutely delighted that we will have with us today the President and CEO of Occidental Petroleum. Vicki Hollub will be joining us live in conversation with the Secretary General of the International Energy Forum, Joe McMoneagle. So we're really excited to have that coming up, so make sure you stay with us for all of the sessions. Now, to start, of course, we will hear the perspective of many energy ministers who have joined us. And in the first panel, we're really going to examine the findings of the outlooks. In the second panel, we're going to take a look at the stakeholder view on energy investment, and also we'll examine non-energy supply, clean energy technology, and the road to recovery. So as I say, a packed agenda for you, and we're really happy that you've joined us now, delighted that you're with us. In this first virtual, it is the 11th IEA-IEF-OPEC Symposium on Energy Outlets. So we're delighted that you've joined us from around the world. Let me get started now, and I'd like to welcome from the IEA base in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, the organizer of this program and your host for this session, the Secretary General of the International Energy Forum. Please welcome Joe McMoneagle. Joe, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Etna. Your Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, welcome to the 11th IEA-IEF-OPEC Symposium on Energy Outlooks. While I've attended many energy outlook symposiums here in Riyadh over the years, this is my first outlook as Secretary General since becoming Secretary General last summer. It's a pleasure to host such distinguished and diverse guests as we dedicate these next few hours to dialogue on energy markets, forecasts, and the future. As you can tell, and as Etna has explained, it's a little different this year in that the meeting is largely virtual. Although I'm pleased that some ambassadors and others in the diplomatic community have joined us in person at the Secretariat in Riyadh while adhering to the necessary health protocols. Let me thank His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, the Minister of Energy of Saudi Arabia, for his leadership role that Saudi Arabia plays among world producers and in advancing the international energy dialogue as host of the 17th IEF International Energy Forum taking place later this fall in Saudi Arabia. His Excellency Minister Pradhan of India and the host of many IEF ministerial meetings in the past. Your Excellency, thank you for agreeing to host the 9th Asian Ministerial Roundtable in 2022. As India leads energy demand among growth economies, we are eager to return to New Delhi soon. And of course, His Excellency Minister Silva of Nigeria for his inspiring words and agreeing to host the 17th IEF Energy Forum with us. It's also great to welcome the heads of our partner organizations and our co-hosts for this energy dialogue. Dr. Barol, Executive Director of the IEA, and His Excellency Mohammed Barkindo, Secretary General of OPEC. I also want to convey my deep appreciation for the participation of His Excellency Francisco La Camera, the Director General of IRENA, and His Excellency Yuri Centurion, the Secretary General of the Gas Exporting Countries Forum. Let me also highlight a presentation that Etna also flagged for you in session 2 with Vicki Hollub, who's the CEO of Occidental Petroleum, who we invited to present a perspective on U.S. production post-pandemic, but will now, of course, give us a real-time update on the impacts to the U.S. production by the severe weather that hit Texas this week. The exceptional circumstances in which we meet and the rising challenges we face tell us to strengthen our collaboration. Guided by the 70 IEF ministers and recent G20 outcomes, I look forward to working with you all. I view this year's event as the big energy outlook reset following the global pandemic. In 2020, we saw oil demand fall by 10 million barrels a day. But as you'll see, 2021 forecasts show a rebound in demand of about 5 to 6 million barrels per day. While certainly the impact to demand was profound and unprecedented, the biggest demand shock in history, it's important to note that 90% of demand remained intact, demonstrating oil's resiliency and necessity to fuel the world economy. 4 key issues that interest us today are shocks to energy demand and supply, elevated uncertainty and energy market volatility, the accelerating pace of change in energy transitions, and the new challenges and opportunities these bring to investment and trade in energy futures that are both sustainable and inclusive. I also want to acknowledge and thank Richard Newell and the Resources for the Future organization for their collaboration with the IEF in putting together today's Outlook comparison report. As the report outlines, specific scenarios show wide variations between the highest and lowest projections for 2040 world liquids demand. Last year, the difference between these projections stood at 29 million barrels a day, but this year it grew to 35 million barrels a day. This difference highlights the growing gap between UN shared goals on sustainable development and climate change and those likely to occur under policies announced in 2020. To bridge this apparent gap, the world must scale up investment in clean energy technologies and step up research and development across all energy sectors, ranging from oil and gas and nuclear to renewables. Increasing variations are also apparent for natural gas in both central and alternative scenarios. In the latter, natural gas demand may grow by almost 40% or drop by 30% by 2040. This reflects that policy and technology pathways that affect natural gas markets are far from certain. While renewables show phenomenal growth across all scenarios, assumptions on the role of natural gas in the energy sector transformations differ more strongly. Another surprise is the growth in nuclear power demand that is needed to offset lower fossil fuel demand projections despite government phase-outs and rising cost hurdles. The Outlook's comparison report raises many pertinent questions for our discussions today. How can technology and behavioral change contribute to bridging the gap between current and sustainable development scenarios and balance emission reductions with affordable energy access and growth? Which clean energy technologies or areas of research hold the most promise beyond carbon capture and underground storage? What role do natural gas and hydrogen play? What do extreme weather events witnessed in the US this week tell us about the urgency of climate change, the cost of inaction, as well as the growing reliance on electrification? Lastly, the IEF recently published a report in collaboration with Boston Consulting Group on oil and gas investment in the new risk environment, in which we warn of a future supply shock caused by oil and gas companies reducing investments due to the pandemic. Governments established the IEF to enhance energy market stability, sustainability, and transparency, and to avoid market volatility that inadequate investment would set off through a new and unwanted cycle of boom and bust pricing. Dialogue on the evolution of energy markets is even more relevant than before. So thank you all for joining. I look forward to a worthwhile and timely discussion. Now I'd like to turn the floor over to my good friend, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, Minister of Energy for Saudi Arabia, for his remarks at a still critical time for oil markets. Thank you again, Your Royal Highness. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I'm very grateful to be part of this forum and be with the set of distinguished friends and colleagues and renowned professionals and experts. I certainly have some remarks to make, but I couldn't start without having to put a few words of hope and good wishes for our friends, and I would add family members in many places in Texas, Oklahoma, California, Louisiana. I certainly As a Saudi, as someone who is heading this sector, I can speak volumes about the friendship and partnerships and sense of family that we have with so many of these states. I can speak on behalf of the whole sector to say that our hearts and minds are with you. And as always, Saudi Arabia does stand ready to extend any support that we can lend or render. We would leave no capacity that we have within our reach that we could offer to help and support, that we will be ready and stand ready to be that supportive friend and a supportive family member. And with that, I would like to start my prepared remarks for this particular event. To start with, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 11th Symposium of Energy Outlook. This trilateral symposium is the result of a collective and dedicated work of the very capable team in the three organizations. So I would like to have everybody to thank our colleagues at OPEC, the IEA, the IEF for their hard work and commitment. So much has happened since our meeting in February last year. Then we were able to get together in person, since we were in the very early stages of what the World Health Organization would later declare as epidemic. Who would have thought that 1 year later we would be meeting virtually rather than at the IEF headquarters in Riyadh? It shows how impossible this has been to predict. Still, you still recall that in my remark at last year's meeting, I rang the alarm bell about the potential impact of the pandemic on oil market and highlighted the need to be vigilant and take action. I said then that the pandemic was like a house on fire, and we could either try to fight it with a garden hose or call out the fire brigade. Although these comments were said under Chatham House rules, they were spread widely. The results since then demonstrate that Saudi Arabia view to use the professional firefighters was the correct one. It took either a while to come around to this view, by which time we needed to have multiple fire brigades. The historic production adjustment that OPEC and non-OPEC producer, OPEC Plus, have implemented were followed by a wider support we forged at the extraordinary G20 Energy Ministerial meeting led by the G20 presidency of Saudi Arabia in April last year. This have cushioned the shock from the COVID-19, enhancing energy security and market stability. We are in a much better place than we were a year ago, but I must warn once again, and I know that I might not be liked by that, against complacency. The uncertainty is very high, and we have to be extremely cautious. The scars from the events of last year should teach us caution. In other words, the football match is still being played, and it's too early to celebrate and declare any victory against the virus. The referee is yet to blow the final whistle. Let us hope that we can apply the lessons we learned over the past year. One of these lessons is the futility of trying to predict what is around the corner. And the best way we can do so is to increase our preparedness and resilience, realizing that the collective action is the best way to tackle the challenges ahead. And on the subject of predictability, this also applies to those who are trying to predict the next move of OPEC+. To this, I say, don't try to predict the unpredictable. I would have to say constructive ambiguity in this case is quite, I think. Distinguished guests, long-term models are very useful to represent a complex world and gain insightful analysis, helping the planning process in a more informed and objective manner. However, we also need to recognize the limitation of the models and understand that today projections will turn out to be wrong. Models are highly sensitive to underlying assumptions and are unable to take account of unexpected events. Think of the global financial crisis of 2008, the many geopolitical events and that destabilized markets and trade flows, and the pandemic which disturbed economic activities and human lives. None of these models were able to predict such key events, nor their impact and cascading effects. However, what these models show is the high degree of uncertainty and the importance of adapting and increasing our resilience to a very unpredictable environment. This also shows the extent of the challenges we face and the reality that these can be only addressed through collective effort and collective action. Distinguished audience and guests and friends, as the IEF enters the 30th anniversary of its first ministerial meeting, Saudi Arabia is proud to be one of the main countries which contributed to the establishment of the IEF Secretariat as one of the key international platforms for dialogue. This collaboration was formalized in the agreement of 2010, which identified specific area of cooperation. I know myself, Fatih, and so many others had spent a couple of nights in Paris going through the nitty-gritty document that is bringing us together today between OPEC, of course, and the IEA and the IEF. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic will be absorbed and overcome through greater energy solidarity, dialogue, and data transparency, the fundamental aim and mission of the IEF. This indeed what the Kingdom aimed to achieve during the G20 presidency, G20 presidency through the energy sustainability and energy focus working groups. And I look forward to accelerate our joint effort when Saudi Arabia will host the 17th International Energy Forum Ministerial Meeting and Business Forum in the second half of 2021, which is a hope and a wish that I think all of us should look forward for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness. I'd like to next call upon Minister Pradhan of India. Minister, I'm sitting next to your ambassador to the kingdom, but we're 6 feet away. So I wanted you to know he's here and cheering you on. But Minister, the floor is yours.
His Royal Highness and my good friend, Prince Abdulaziz, Minister of Energy, Saudi Arabia, Her Excellency Norma Rocio Nahale Garcia, Secretary of Energy, Mexico, His Excellency Timipro Silva, Minister of State of Petroleum Resources of Nigeria, His Excellency Joseph McMinigal, Secretary General IEF, His Excellency, my good friend Mohammad Sansui Warkindo, Secretary General OPEC, His Excellency Fatih Birol, Executive Director IEA, His Excellency Francisco La Camera, Director General IRENA, His Excellency Yuri Centurion, Secretary General Gas Exporting Countries Forum, distinguished delegates, I'm delighted to join the 11th IEA-IEF-OPEC Outlook Symposium. We're meeting at a time when the world is much better placed to understand the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, including on the global energy scenario. I thank Secretary General McMinigal for the invitation. For little over a decade, this literally symposium debated how change in energy policies and market dynamics affect investment and prospective of producer and consumer countries on energy security and orderly transitions. We value the insights emerging from this platform. I'm happy to be with several dignitaries today who have joined Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's interaction with Ministers of Energy and global CEOs and experts in October last year. We greatly benefited by your perspective and outlook on India's energy sector. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting in the backdrop of a major shift in the global energy dialogue process. For the first time, the G20, under the able leadership of His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz, held an emergency meeting for energy ministers in April last year to address the volatility and instability in global energy markets. We had witnessed the largest oil supply cut in history to mask the massive global demand destruction over. We saw fast ever coordination efforts to cut production by OPEC, OPEC Plus and other key producing countries. With the advent of COVID vaccines and a better understanding of the pandemic, we are now witnessing the revival of economies and resulting energy demand. We have to build back better collective while considering the unique national circumstance. Today, we have benefit of the presence of heads of all major international energy bodies, IEF, IEA, OPEC, IRENA, and GCF in this symposium. There is complete unanimity among them, as also other leading global private and oil and gas measure on India's energy growth profile during 2021 and beyond. While the world's total primary energy demand is projected to increase at about 1% annum till 2040, India's energy demand would grow at about 3% per annum till 2040. IES India Energy Outlook 2021, launched earlier this month, observed that India has now emerged as a key center of global energy demand and is expected to become world's largest energy consumer soon. Our share in global energy consumption is set to double in the next 3 decades. OPEC and IEA in their near-term outlook estimates that global fuel consumption will grow by 5.6 to 6 million barrels per day in 2021, where more than half of this growth will come from India and China. Natural gas demand is also projected to increase threefold by 2040. Excellencies, India's energy sector has bounced back with remarkable resilience. Our energy demand has almost recovered to pre-COVID levels, including for petroleum products on the back of the rejuvenation of the economic activities. IMF also forecasts that India will be the only major economy to achieve double-digit growth of 11.5% in 2021, revised upward from 8.8%. We are moving forward with the vision of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi to realize Atmanirbhar Bharat, a self-reliant India, which should place India as an integral part of the global supply chain and a global manufacturing hub. We have put in place several path-breaking reforms during 2020 for developing secure, affordable, and sustainable energy systems to power robust economic growth. Prime Minister Modi has outlined even 7 key drivers of India's energy map, defined by gas-based economy, cleaner use of fossil fuels, particularly petroleum and coal, greater reliance on biofuels, achieving renewable target of 450 gigawatt by 2030, increasing contribution of electricity to decarbonize mobility, moving into emerging fuels, including hydrogen, the digital innovation across all energy systems. We're talking all of the government approach in implementing Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative in the energy sector and in realizing the 5 pillars of our energy vision: energy access, efficiency, sustainability, security, affordability, and energy justice. Excellencies, in my Ministry of Oil and Gas, we have embarked on 10 energy transition pathway for a low carbon economy aimed at developing cleaner and greener energy. Our drive to provide clean cooking fuel to 80 million households through Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana has increased LPG coverage to 97.4% in the country. We are now increasing the coverage by another 10 million LPG connections to achieve universal coverage. We have leapfrogged to the use of BS6 grade or Euro 6 standard fuel in the entire country in the middle of the COVID pandemic from April 1st last year. We are shifting towards a gas-based economy. Investments of $60 billion will be made in developing gas infrastructure, including pipelines, LNG terminals, and city gas distribution network. Prime Minister Modi's vision of one nation, one gas grid is moving on a fast track with about 18,000 kilometer gas pipeline operational and another 15,000 kilometer in different stages of construction. LNG regasification is to be expanded from about 41 million metric ton per annum to 57 million metric ton per annum. Coverage of city gas project is being expanded to cover 70% of country's population by 2030. Ethanol blending program through a series of progressive reforms has resulted in a significant jump in a blending percentage from less than 1% in 2013 to around 8.5% currently. We aim to achieve 10% blending by 2022 and 20% by 2025. We're boosting the rural economy by waste to wealth generation under the Sustainable Alternative towards Affordable Transportation Initiative. We're setting up 5,000 compressed biogas plants by 2024 with a production target of 15 million metric ton with an investment of about $20 billion. We are also working towards conversion of used cooking oil to biodiesel for achieving 5% blending of biodiesel in diesel by 2025. We're moving at a rapid pace of develop and integrate syngas from coal in our energy mix. The use of LNG in long-haul transportation is yet another major initiative in works. We launched 50 LNG stations and plan to set up 1,000 LNG stations by 2025. India has now emerged as the third largest import of LNG in the world. Clean mobility will also be powered by promotion of electric vehicles and development of battery technologies. Our national oil company, Indian Oil, has partnered with an Israeli company, Fin Energy, to develop aluminum air batteries, which again highlights our efforts to create a low carbon economy. Our focus is also on faster deployment of hydrogen. We launched the National Hydrogen Energy Mission early this month. We have started blending hydrogen with compressed natural gas for use as a transportation fuel as well as an industrial input to refineries. 50 buses in Delhi are playing on blended HCNG on pilot basis. Excellencies, India remains committed to environmental and climate causes with a massive thrust on renewable energy and energy efficiency measures. In the past 6 years, India has increased its renewable power portfolio from 32 gigawatt to almost 100 gigawatt. We are well on track to achieve renewable energy capacity of 450 gigawatt by 2030. As we significantly increase cleaner energy sources to fuel our economy expansion, we will continue to obtain the baseload energy needs from oil and gas. Our crude refining capacity are to be increased from 50 million metric ton per annum to 400 million metric ton per annum to continue to meet our domestic demand as also to expand our global exports of petroleum products. Next major anticipated development is from crude to chemical. Excellencies, the rising crude oil price during the last few weeks is hurting the fragile global economy recovery due to the significant demand contraction, which might even mirror the impact of COVID-19 in its initial stages. There is an urgent need to allow consumption-led recovery that has just taken root in several emerging and developing economies, including India, to continue in the coming months. We are able to contain the inflationary pressures on the several fronts, but not those impacted by crude prices. I may also add that India, despite the COVID pandemic, has supplied clean cooking fuel LPG to 80 million poor families under Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala program. Budget 2021 has envisaged adding another 10 million poor families under LPG ambit to achieve universal coverage, the coverage being 99.5% currently. The price-sensitive Indian consumers are affected by rising petroleum product prices. It also affects demand growth, which could potentially impact the delicate aspirational economy growth trajectory, not just in India, but in other developing countries as well. The key producing countries have not only revised the production cut over the above previously announced levels, but also added additional voluntary cuts. I had supported the joint decision by major oil producing countries to cut oil production in April last year. Aim a sharp fall in the demand due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Time has come once again for allowing the collective interests of both producing and consuming countries to be promoted. We need to adopt a balanced approach at this juncture. It is in this spirit of allowing demand recovery to take primacy over crude prices. At last, over the next few months, I am appealing for easing of production cuts by the key oil exporting countries, including the OPEC and OPEC Plus group. I have always maintained that price should be reasonable and responsible, which means that we do not favor too low crude price also. India remains dedicated and committed about evolving a sustainable energy future for all. And in this regard, we will leverage all available energy sources. I once again thank my good friend, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz and Secretary General McMonigal for inviting me to this unique symposium, which covers the entire energy spectrum. I look forward to its valuable insights. Thank you, friends. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Minister. Appreciate it very much. Now I'd like to call on His Excellency Minister Silva of Nigeria for remarks. Minister, the floor is yours. Did we lose Minister Silva? Let's see. maybe turn on. There he is. I think you need to unmute maybe. Yeah, we can't hear you. Stand by.
Hello?
Okay, now we can. Yes, we hear you. Please go ahead.
Your Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, Minister of Energy, Saudi Arabia, Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas of India, Sri Dharmendra Pradhan, Ministers of Energy of member countries of IEA, IEF, and OPEC here present, Your Excellency Joseph McMonigal, Secretary General IEF, Your Excellency Mohammad Sanusi Bakindo, Secretary General OPEC, Your Excellency Fatih Birol, Executive Director IEA, Your Excellency Francisco La Camera, Director General, International Renewable Energy Agency, Your Excellency Yuri Centurion, Secretary General, Gas Exporting Countries Forum, Your Excellency Damilola Ogumbiye, CEO and Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Sustainable Energy for All and co-chair of UN Energy, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be part of the 11th session of the IEA-IEF-OPEC Symposium on Energy Outlooks, which is the first of its kind to be held virtually. On behalf of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I thank His Excellency, His Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, Minister of Energy, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the organizers of this event, IEF, IEA, and OPEC, for the invitation to address this symposium. I wish to commend the G20 energy ministers as well as the heads of the IEF, IEA, and OPEC for their swift actions to stabilize the energy markets globally. These historic efforts have helped absorb the severe shock that COVID-19 dealt to the global energy sector and have strengthened the producer-consumer dialogue. It is no longer news that the energy industry is currently faced with critical challenges to drastically reduce carbon emissions in the global space, achieve cost efficiency in the operational zones, grapple with competitiveness in the market environment, and overcome the effects of the COVID-19 scourge on our health. Today, every nation is faced with grave challenges brought on by the pandemic. All the more so today, collective policy responses are needed to prevent a protracted crisis in the energy sector investment, widening divides between energy poor and affluent consumers, a rebound in global emissions as increased demand will drive higher production, and missing the SDG targets. As a country, Nigeria is committed to strengthening our collaboration and turning the many challenges facing the energy market into opportunities for the benefit of all. The energy sector must respond to increasing demands to enable affordable and sustainable economic growth and keep pace with urbanization, population growth, and climate concerns. New policy and technology concepts can help bridge the growing gap between the business as usual and energy mix scenarios that impact both producers and consumers at these times. I am optimistic that the panelists today will profile additional innovations to stimulate the needed growth and sustainability of the oil and gas industry post-COVID-19. Once again, I congratulate the leadership of the IEA, IEF, and OPEC for organizing this event and wish you a successful deliberation in this virtual symposium. Thank you all for your interest and participation.
Thank you, Minister Silva, for your remarks. Now we turn to my esteemed colleagues, the heads of our partner organizations and co-hosts of this symposium. Our first speaker is Dr. Fadi Birol, Executive Director of the IEA. Dr. Birol has done so much to convey the urgency of climate change, but more importantly, has outlined a roadmap for the energy transition. So Dr. Birol, thank you for your leadership. It's my first time sharing the platform with you, so welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, and Your Royal Highness, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, Your Excellencies, Ministers, dear colleague Joe. I see you for the first time in person since you took over this very important job. Once again, all the best. It's a very important organization, big responsibility. We will be happy to support you in the next steps you are going to take. And I have no doubt that you will make an excellent job there, Joe. We will be with you. And also, let me also greet my colleague, Mohammed. He's already doing a great job. I don't need to wish him that he's going to do a great job since many years. Mr. Barkindo, a great colleague, great friend, and the IEF, OPEC, and the IEA is very happy to be part of this symposium, and more importantly, part of the dialogue we have on the energy issues. Now, when I talk about dialogue, I want to point out one issue that Mr. Pradhan, I think, underlined. When I look at last year, many things happened, many energy events, but one of them was, by its name and its nature, it was extraordinary. It was the extraordinary G20 meeting. And the need for organizing such an extraordinary meeting, it came from extraordinary conditions. Some of you may remember that I called last April as the Black April of the oil industry, where we have seen the minus oil prices, and the global oil industry, and as such, financial stability of our economies were in danger. And it was really a great move from the G20 presidency, and with the support of the International Energy Agency, as well as the others, to bring the governments together. And I would like to not only thank the Saudi Arabia here, but also the India, Kenya, and many other governments who played a very important role in this very meeting. Now, many colleagues mentioned the last year's events. I will not go to all the views, but I want to mention two things. One on oil, the other one is renewables. We have seen the global energy demand decline about 5%. Investments, global energy investments decline about 20%, big decline. And here, oil, we have seen a huge decline, and it was in this Black April month, it was 23 million barrels per day. Now, but the point I wanted to make here is the debate started after that decline and still continuing, which is, have we seen the peak oil demand or not? It's still going on. There are different views, all respected colleagues from a different angle. I wanted to put forward the IEA's position here. We believe with the global economic recovery, and it is way, hopefully, Minister Pradhan mentioned the double-digit India economic growth expectation, which is great, but many other emerging countries and advanced economies growing. With the global economic recovery on its place, if there are no major changes in the government policies, we do expect a rebound in global oil consumption. We do not see a peak and a structural decline in oil demand unless there are major changes in the major consumers' policies. It will not happen, ladies and gentlemen, as a result of as some of us think, behavioral changes of the consumers, taking the bicycle, going from walking instead of this. This will have impact, but these will alone will not bring the world to a peak oil era in terms of consumption. So I wanted to highlight this in order to put the facts on. If we want to see a peak oil in terms of consumption, then you need to come up with the policies that are going to push the trend in that direction. I want to make this point. The second point about last year, all energy sources last year declined in consumption. Oil declined, gas, coal, electricity. There was only one energy source which was immune to COVID, and it was renewables. renewables, despite the COVID, we have seen increase both solar and wind in many countries around the world. And solar has been growing so strongly that I have nicknamed solar as the new king of global electricity markets, growing very strongly. Now, these are about the last year. Couple of points in line with the new Secretary General. We are all going to work together, Mr. Joe McNeil, and about the climate change and clean energy transitions. I think this year, 2021, will be critical for the fight against climate change. It's a pivotal year for two reasons. One, many countries around the world, the European Union, UK, Japan, China, and soon United States are coming with the net zero pledges in the next 30, 40 years. And how do you come to net zero emissions in 2050, 2060? You have to see the fossil fuel use need to go down, or you have to make use of innovative clean energy technologies ranging from carbon capture and storage to hydrogen, among others. So this is the first reason why I think this year will be a critical year for the fight against climate change, and many governments are making these pledges. Second, I see that the several governments in their economic recovery packages, stimulus packages, giving incentives to clean energy technologies ranging from renewables to energy efficiency to the hydrogen, electric cars and the others, to accelerate their penetration in the energy markets. And these are trillions of dollars in scale. We have seen in Europe. I expect to see soon in the United States and many other countries. And at the end of this year, there will be a major meeting in Glasgow, COP26, for which IEA is working closely with the COP26 presidency, United Kingdom. And in this context, dear colleagues, if I may, I would like to finish by saying two things. First, I mentioned different countries are coming with, and these are big countries, US, Europe, China, and others, and I expect others will move with net zero emission targets in the next 20, 30 years to come. Now, for the first time, I believe, we are going to come up with a roadmap for the world energy. What does it mean in 2050 if there is a net zero emission world? What does it mean for the oil industry? What does it mean for the electric cars? What does it mean to coal mining? Employment issues there. How much investment is needed, how much we are doing. So we will come up with a report on 18th of May and announce it together, working together with the UK government and the implications of that. Now, finally, dear colleagues, I wanted to say that I do not know whether or not governments will transform their pledges to real actions and reach net zero by 2050. But what I know is that the clean energy transitions are accelerating around the world in all sectors: electricity generation, industrial energy use, home heating, transportation sector, very, very fast. And no country will be unaffected from the clean energy transitions. It can be an energy producing country, it can be an energy consuming country, but all countries will be affected this or that way from clean energy transitions. So in that respect, I find this dialogue extremely timely, and my colleague, Mr. Keisuke Sadamori, will explain our thinking, long-term thinking about the energy future, and we are ready, me and my colleagues are ready to learn from the other institutions, from OPEC, from IRENA, from, of course, IEF, GCEF, SE4All, and other experts we have here. Once again, Mr. Secretary General, thank you very much for inviting me, and once again, all the best to you in your new job. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Birol. Really appreciate that. Our next speaker is my good friend, His Excellency Mohammed Barkindo, the Secretary General of OPEC, someone I've known for a long time. He's an outstanding energy leader and diplomat, and the world keeps throwing crisis after crisis your way, and you handle it with such skill. So I think we can all be grateful for your stewardship during these challenging times. Secretary General, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Thank you very much, Joe, for this very generous comments. And I would like to join our counterpart, Fatih Birol, in congratulating you not only on assumption of your very important, exalted office, but for hitting the ground running, as they say in my part of the world. It's a great pleasure to participate at this important 11th IEA-IEF-OPEC Symposium on energy outlooks. And from the outset, I would also like to commend His Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, who is not only a veteran, but a founder, member of this producer-consumer dialogue, as well as the establishment of the IEF, for also keeping tab and keeping close watch over the evolution of the IEF and these discussions. I would also like to commend all other ministers who have found it timely to join us today. Minister Pradam from India, Minister Silva from Nigeria, and many other speakers. So may I just say, allow me, Joe, to stand on existing protocols. The great energy guru of our time, Professor Dan Yergin, said it most succinctly when he wrote recently, and let me quote, he said, "The world seemed a different planet at the end of March 2020 from what it had been in the beginning of March 2020. Such a sudden, massive decline in oil demand that has never been seen before," unquote. There's no doubt, as Fatih just said in his remarks, that within such a very short period of time, the world not only came to stand still, but upside down, especially in the world of energy. First and foremost, we must remind ourselves that the COVID-19 pandemic has been a human tragedy. As I checked my screen this morning, almost 110 million people have been sickened by this virus. Over 2.4 million people have died, and millions of livelihoods have been destroyed. No region or country or sector has been spared. Some commentators have noted that the energy industry may have been the most impacted of all sectors by this pandemic. As the world economy contracted by 4.1% last year, global oil demand declined by about 9.7 million barrels a day, almost 10% as you mentioned, Joe, in your opening remarks. Now, the nadir of this annus horribilis came in April, and that's the month that our friend Fatih termed as Black April. Industry veterans since then saw things happen that they could never have imagined possible. I would like to share this with you. I remember on the 20th of April last year, sitting in this same room where I'm sitting with my colleagues, the eggheads in the Secretariat, respected analysts. Some of them have 2-3 PhDs. And we were brainstorming on where we found ourselves. And as we were brainstorming, Joe, we were also watching the screen in New York and in London. And I remember when prices started sliding below 20, we started to pause. And then it went below 10. And in less than 30 minutes, we saw ourselves with prices in negative territory, something we had never seen. I didn't know when I asked my colleagues that may I please adjourn this meeting, because this is totally new. We all had to go back to school to comprehend what was happening. In response to this unprecedented situation, OPEC knew it had to act. Thankfully, we did not need to reinvent the wheel. We turned to the mechanism that had helped us emerge out of the 2015-2016 oil market downturn, the Declaration of Cooperation, which Prince Abdulaziz can claim authorship in 2015-2016, trying to put together this mechanism and framework during the depth of the last downturn. Little did we know then that we were going to face 2020. Together with our partners and ably supported by the Kingdom's presidency of the G20 that Fatih Birol just mentioned, we agreed on the 12th of April to the largest and the longest in duration production adjustments in the industry's history. Thereafter, participating countries have subsequently adjusted these decisions to proactively anticipate market developments, improve the core principles upon which our enterprise was founded, i.e. transparency, equity, and fairness, and compensate for overproduced volumes. High conformity levels with these production adjustments have been testimony to the depth of our commitment. Consequently, we have seen a recovery in the industry that has multiplier benefits for the global economy. While there are grounds for optimism that 2021 will be the year of recovery, as we have heard from our friend Dharmendra Pradhan, at least India has proved that, there are many other uncertainties that lie ahead, as Prince Abdulaziz mentioned in his remarks. The IMF recently also stated, and I quote, "Much now depends on the outcome of this race between a mutating virus and vaccines to end the pandemic, and on the ability of policies to provide effective support until that happens. There remains tremendous uncertainty, and prospects vary greatly across countries," unquote. So the IMF has confirmed that we are almost all aligned on the uncertainties ahead and the need to remain cautiously optimistic as we proceed. Furthermore, other factors can have a disruptive impact on our industry. As the extreme weather in Texas has shown, we cannot take energy security for granted, even in a country like the United States, one of the 3 largest producers of energy, may I say also consuming country. An Arctic blast has disrupted electricity supply and demand has surged to record height. Oil and gas production have plummeted by a third, as I checked before we started this meeting, and almost 5 million people across the country face the freeze without heat or power. Now, the Declaration of Cooperation Partners, fondly referred to as OPEC Plus by the media, are determined to play their part and provide that effective policy support. We all had the chairman, Prince Abdulaziz, in his opening remarks extending this support to families and households in these affected states, including Texas in the United States. In doing so, we will always act in the interest of both producers as well as the consumers. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, energy outlooks are an essential component of our organization's work. The IEA, OPEC, IEF, we all pay special attention to the preparation of our outlooks, as well as the collaborative effort in making sure that we do not necessarily have to produce the same outlook, but at least we understand the methodologies deployed, the data, as well as the analytical tools. The pandemic has complicated the process of preparing these energy outlooks, I must tell you. In such circumstances, this interagency forum has once again proven itself invaluable. Used to exchange data, analysis, information on the short, medium, and long-term outlooks. We can even blow off steam about the frustrations of preparing outlooks, if you like. The wisdom of the trilateral work program adopted in Cancun in March 2010 is further vindicated by the need for dialogue, cooperation, and engagement in challenging times, such as the ones that we are facing today. Our outlooks are based on factual analysis, careful modeling, and detailed reasoning. While we are not in the business of predicting the future, we adopt methodologies grounded in rational scrutiny of the data. Since we have enhanced collaboration between these sister organizations, the quality of our data output has improved exponentially over time. A clear indication of what we have achieved is reflected in regular technical meetings among the agencies to and further improve the data quality and transparency. The achievements of the JODI to date is an illuminating example of this, as well as the analysis IEF-RFF Outlooks comparison report that will be presented today. This is crucial, particularly with regard to the energy transition that Fatih Birol has dwelt upon some moments ago, which seems to have multiple definitions from what you had Fatih even confirmed, depending on the perspective of the person talking about it. To recall once again, Dan Yergin, in his latest book, energy transition means different things to different nations, especially in the developing world. 1 billion people lack access to electricity. Fatih has told us that number has come down to about 800 million, I believe. I can see him nodding. But I must also say, we owe it to Dharmendra Pradhan and his government for the extraordinary work they have done in combating energy poverty in India. He just told us how they have almost clocked nearly 100% access to cooking fuels, LPG. This is highly commendable, not only because our member countries in OPEC are developing countries, but because both energy poverty and climate change are two sides of the same coin. Now, Dan Yergins added, instead they burn wood or charcoal or crop waste or cow dung indoors, impairing their health. This leads to a different perspective and quote. Now, as the 14th edition of our World Oil Outlook in OPEC, which was launched on October 8th of last year, stated global primary energy demand is focused to continue growing in the medium and long term, rising by a hefty 25% by 2045. Oil will remain the largest contributor to the energy mix in 2045 at 28%. And this has been corroborated by our friend Fatih some moments ago in the work that they are undertaking now, and which they may release, I think in May, if I recall what he said, that there is no peak oil in the immediate horizon. There's no peak oil in the immediate horizon, meaning the world will continue to consume oil and gas for the foreseeable future, and the nearly 1.5 trillion proven reserves of oil will not be stranded. In other words, the concept of stranded assets is not yet manifest in the outlooks. To meet this future demand, the global oil sector will need cumulative investments of $12.6 trillion in the upstream, in the midstream, as well as the downstream through to 2045. These investments are essential for both producers as well as consumers, such as India. Underinvestment remains one of the great challenges of our industry, and this was exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Over the course of 2020, investments declined by around 30%. We need to work towards creating an investment-friendly climate. Now, we have also taken note of what Fatih said, that renewables remain the only sources that were insulated from the massive contraction that we have seen in 2020. We will further discuss this in the subsequent sessions. There's a common thread linking the cooperation between all our organizations, the IEA, OPEC, IEF. The Declaration of Cooperation actions to restore market stability and the producer-consumer dialogue. It is something deeply ingrained in OPEC's raison d'etre. In our fast-changing and unpredictable world, we seek to contribute to greater stability, more predictability, and enhanced transparency. We constantly seek to improve our capacity to do so, for we believe this will help us build a better future, one which serves the interests of generations of producers and consumers, especially India. Your Highness, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, may this sense of purpose guide our discussions today and always. Shukran jazilan.
Thank you, Secretary General Barkindo, and thank you all for your remarks and contributions today. I'd like to turn the program back over to Etna Trainer for further announcements and introductions. Etna.
And thank you, Joe, so much. And thank you for your opening remarks. Indeed, to all of our distinguished guests and excellencies, thank you again for setting the scene for us. Again, we have a very, very busy day coming up. We have two big sessions. And of course, we will have Vicky Holub, the President and Chief Executive Officer of Occidental, joining us in live conversation later. So be sure to stay with us. Of course, the IEF is very, very eager to talk to all parties in this industry. And we're very, very happy now to have with us the Director General of the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, A warm welcome now to His Excellency Francesco La Camera. The floor is yours. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, my dear. Your Highness, Prince Abdulaziz, Salman Al Saud, Excellencies, colleagues and friends. At the outset, allow me to thank Joe Fatih Mohammed for the invitation to be here with you today. Allow me also to thank Joe for and the Resource for Future for paying attention to the IRENA outlook in his report, as we have discussed it last year. We have seen the emergency of energy narrative from the pandemic. This was clearly reflected at IRENA General Assembly, the largest annual intergovernmental gathering on the energy transition, which convened last month. Over 2,000 participants from 144 countries and more than 100 ministers and high-level officials took part. And we saw that volatility of the oil market, coupled with the resilience of renewables, is provoking a fundamental rethinking. Cost competitiveness made renewables a more attractive proposition. The crisis underscored the link between energy and the economy, as well as the role of the energy services across sectors, from health to food security and water. It is clear that we cannot continue with business as usual. COVID gave us a political opening to consider this issue more holistically, including in the light of the climate emergency. The science is clear. According to the IPCC Special Report 1.5 Celsius, energy emission must reach zero in 2050. Oil and coal should have already peaked, and gas should peak in 2025. We have a very small window to change current trend, and we need to take decisive action now. For several years, IRENA has been developing scenario for an energy future in line with the Paris Agreement and sign for the IPCC report. In the slide, the upper bar is what we call the planned energy scenario, so where we are going with the existing policies. The second bar in the middle say what we have to do for staying well below the 2 degrees, and the below bar say what we have to go for being in line with the 1.5 Celsius objective. We see that important role, the major role played by renewables, energy efficiency, and then green hydrogen and other minor technologies in reducing the CO2 emission. We will explore a net zero at 1.5 Celsius pathway in more details in our follow report, the World Energy Transition Outlook. IRENA will release early insight from the new outlook on 16 March at the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. And we expect that this will be part of your next report next year. The upcoming outlook will build on our global renewable outlook, on our post-COVID Agenda 19, and reaching zero with renewable reports that we published last year. And the last one was focusing on decarbonizing the hard-to-abate industrial and transport sector, namely iron and steel, chemical and petrochemical, cement and lime, aluminium, concerning the industrial sector, and road freight, aviation, shipping, long shipping, concerning the transport sector. We see the role that could be the different technology, so the direct use of renewable electricity is important in paying contribution, as the renewable heat and biomass, the green hydrogen and synthetic fuels, and use of carbon removal technologies. Naturally, in our scenario, the major role is played by renewables and energy efficiency and green hydrogen, and the modern bioenergy. A very minor role is for the carbon storage technologies. What is important to know that also different scenario. Also the more 1.5, what we call the transforming energy scenario, is naturally asking for a big commitment, pledge, and policies from countries. But this will bring very positive advantages in terms of GDP. We estimate 2% GDP on average between 2020 and 2050. We say a cumulative GDP gain of $98 trillion US. We see an improvement of 13.5 welfare if you go for this more engaging scenario. What does it mean? It means in the short term that we are going to work on the basis of more engagement, and this will also include the work on green hydrogen. And as you can see, we see that from today, where the green hydrogen is mainly produced by fossil fuels, in 2050, green hydrogen will be produced in a major part from the electrolyzer, so renewable energy. And we have discovered, and we have pointed out in our report, as already in 2050, green hydrogen will be more competitive than blue hydrogen, and companies in coming and express their opinion during General Assembly, they say that in their point of view, green hydrogen will be already becoming competitive in 2025. So a big shift in this respect. But this investment, we could have a look to the short term, 2021, 2023, where we say that we need almost $2 trillion investment per year to be coherent, to respond to the pandemic, and be coherent with the medium long term of the Sustainable Development Goal and the Paris Agreement. And this means that we need an average, and the average of this average investment will bring us with more 5.5 million jobs in the 3 years, and also with a contribution of 1% of GDP in this year. And another big added value of going this direction is that going for renewables and clean energy, we can have a gender perspective, a balance between gender balance to be taken also into account. So as you see, we need to go for an EV shift if you want to stay and respect the 1.5 scenario. And these are all the papers that we have published on this. And my final point is that the energy system of the future is based on renewables. By naturally, this means also energy efficiency, and complemented by green hydrogen and bioenergy. The process toward this energy system is, in my point of view, unstoppable. The only question we have is to make this change happening faster to fight effectively climate change. And ARENA is ready to work with all of you to get this result be achieved. Thank you very much.
And Francesco, thank you so much. A delight to always hear your viewpoint there and to really get an indication, of course, what is going on and the focus that you all have. And of course, the International Energy Forum looks at all elements of energy. This is what's so important here, really taking that holistic view. And we're now very, very happy to welcome here the Secretary General of the Gas Exporting Countries Forum, GECF. A very warm welcome. His Excellency Yuri Centurion joins us. Yuri, thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much, Efni. Your Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, Minister of Energy of Saudi Arabia, Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored to participate in today's discussions devoted to the theme of paramount importance for our member countries, COVID-19 impacts on energy markets and United Nations goals. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the host organizations, International Energy Forum, International Energy Agency, and OPEC, for the unwavering, valuable support of our forecasting efforts and for brilliant arrangement of this event. Indeed, this is a great deal of work still to be done in order to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It's widely recognized, and we all should admit that, at least concerning the Sustainable Development Goal number 7, ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. Therefore, the GSF member countries unanimously support the decade of actions announced by the United Nations in order to accelerate the Sustainable Development Goals. In this light, at the 5th GSF summit convened in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, the GSF heads of state and government underscored the essential role of natural gas in the attaining of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We do believe that it's a once in a generation chance to set things right by intensive actions based on the circular carbon economy principles, with natural gas playing a central role, which is determined both by environmentally friendly and economically viable characteristics of the blue fuel. Natural gas is technologically universal, with proven reserves sufficient for the decades to come. It has a well-developed market and reliable infrastructure, ensuring that it's affordable and sustainable to a global economy post-COVID-19 recovery. I would like to highlight that gas industry is used to face uncertainties and experience major shocks, but manages time and again to thrive. In fact, it's during challenging periods like currently, including severe winter in Northern Hemisphere, that gas industry's ability to respond quickly and efficiently to changing dynamics and market fluctuations becomes even more evident. As you're well aware, annually GSF develops and our flagship deliverable, Global Gas Outlook for long-term period, now with the forecasting horizon until 2050. To draft the outlook, we utilize the most advanced forecasting tool, that is Global Gas Model, which is underpinned by the latest digital technologies and elements of artificial intelligence for the time being. Our member countries' primary sources of energy, sources of information, the Secretariat's access to the world's largest commercially available economic databases allow us to produce 30 years forecast of 140 plus countries, covering over 30 sectors of the modern economy and 35 types of fuel. Considering the revised GDP growth expectations and the 2020's demand contraction and patterns related to COVID-19, GCF forecasts that global primary energy demand expands by 24% by 2050. I'd like to say definitely that it's too early to write off hydrocarbons. They will remain the dominating source in the global energy mix for the foreseeable future. Natural gas will even increase its share from 23% today to 28% in 2050. With regard to cumulative economic and population drivers, natural gas will displace other sources of energy in a range of sectors and will come out on top in the global primary energy mix. According to the current edition of our outlook, one of the most reasonable, economically viable way to achieve reliable energy market stability, responsible and inclusive economic growth, and sustainable development goals is to consider natural gas as a destination fuel. And that will always be an essential element in achieving a lower carbon energy system. Natural gas demand is projected to rise by 50%, reaching almost 6 trillion cubic meters in 2050. Thanks to the substantial rise in electricity demand and policies supporting the phase out of coal-fired and nuclear power plants, the power generation sector will be the primary driver. Moreover, natural gas will rise as a feedstock in manufacturing petrochemicals and chemicals, supported by an expanding population and its needs for fertilizers. The rise of gas demand inland and in marine transport is projected to be robust. The majority of incremental gas volumes will stem from the global natural gas vehicles markets development, supported by policy initiatives aimed at abating emissions. GSF underscores the importance of fair value for natural gas to ensure sufficient investments through the entire gas value chain, and the necessity for equitable risk sharing among all gas market shareholders to sustain the security of demand and natural gas supply. In our outlook, we emphasize the importance of investment in upstream gas projects. According to our model, 78% of annual production by 2050 will be sourced from plant and refined resources will contribute to around 28% of the total output by 2050. These figures showcase that it's crucial to prioritize projects for discovery and exploration. Primarily due to COVID-19 pandemic, the projection for short-term gas investment indicates a staggering decline trend of 2020 for the whole of 2021 and 2022, despite significant projects under implementation and announced for implementation in GCF member countries. It's worth mentioning here our deep concerns on unilateral economic restrictions without the United Nations Security Council approval and extraterritorial application of national laws against GCF member countries that negatively affect the development and adequate investment into natural gas projects. Speaking about trade, we expect globally traded volumes of natural gas to more than double, up to 1,990 BCM of total natural gas consumption in 2050. In the outlook, we stipulate our member countries' position on benchmark prices through oil indexation. It is still the optimum choice for both buyers and sellers of natural gas, as it has been once again proven to be true this winter. In line with that, we have included the analysis on use of a variety of indices such as Henry Hub, NBP, TTF, and hybrid price mechanisms in our outlook. Global gas outlook elaborated by GCF estimates a rebound of emissions. Just a few words about that in 2021 and then 2022, as energy demand recovers after COVID-19. Emissions will then grow moderately until 2030 before stabilizing and plateauing at around 33.7 gigawatt-ton of carbon dioxide over the period of 2030-2050. Despite this slowdown in emissions, there's still an emission gap compared to the scenarios aligned and stipulated at Paris Agreement. Natural gas, from our point of view, is one of the global enablers for reducing emissions quickly, cost-effectively, and steadfastly by replacing carbon-intensive fuels and backing up intermittent renewables. GCF, therefore, our organization provides the policymakers with an alternative pathway to mitigate emissions with more considerable gas penetration to the energy mix. That's why in our outlook, we have developed a carbon mitigation scenario. It's a forward-looking scenario that mainly focuses on existing and well-established technologies which are assumed to be disseminated mostly by implementing strengthened carbon mitigation policies. So, as a conclusion, natural gas is an indispensable fuel complementing the energy transition. It will play an essential role in economic development, supporting the attainment of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, in particular goal number 7. Despite the negative consequences of the pandemic, GCF member countries have been displaying outstanding discipline and resilience in the uninterrupted fulfillment of our obligations towards all contracting parties. This also demonstrates confidence in the strength of our economies and abilities to absorb major economic crises, notwithstanding numerous challenges and decline in our revenues. It is of paramount importance to secure adequate investment in the natural gas industry, especially due to intentions of banks and financial institutions to discontinue financing fossil fuel projects, including natural gas ones. Alternative scenario analysis highlights a considerable carbon mitigation potential for natural gas. Further innovation and development of decarbonization technologies such as carbon capture, utilization and storage, and hydrogen can substantially improve this mitigation potential. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we hope that the new edition of the GCF Global Gas Outlook will improve the shared understanding of energy policies to unlock natural gas full potential as the fuel of choice for the decades to come. Please accept our sincere wishes for a great outcome at this 11th edition of the IEF-IEA-OPEC Symposium on Energy Outlooks. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you so much, Yuri. Thank you so much. And we can lose your screen there, but great to have you with us. And again, great outlooks there coming from, yes, of course, the IEA and OPEC, but indeed for all of our viewers to check in and have a read from the Gas Exporting Countries Forum as well, in terms of making sure that we can read what you're doing as well. And of course from IRENA. So we have so much value there for everybody. Now, I know all of you who've joined us from around the world, we're delighted that we have you out there in the virtual world, and sorry we can't bring you all into to see us here on this session. But as many of you would know, we love to do the IEF family photo. So if I could make sure we have everybody's attention, and we're going to try and do one online. So Your Royal Highness, if you're with us there, and perhaps maybe I can get you to come a little closer to the screen. And we will do our first virtual ever family photo. And it may not be the wonderful gathering that we have when we are in Riyadh, but at least we have everybody together here. So everyone who's with us, just give us a little look at the screen and look to all of our viewers there who joined us for this from all around the world. So we're really happy that we've had so many of you online. And once again, as I say, it's a shame we don't have you with us. So
Joe, may I have 1 second? 2 seconds, 3 seconds?
Yes, please, please.
Etna, we will all prevail. When we unite and we work collectively and cooperatively with an ambition that we mitigate and attend to crises of that nature, I'm sure the whole world would prevail. Human ingenuity is limitless. And I'm sure that hopefully by third quarter, fourth quarter, we would love to have you here in Saudi Arabia celebrating two things: our collaborative efforts and certainly our self to win the war against this COVID-19.
Super, Your Highness, thank you so much. And I think we've hopefully had Mahad working in the background there, getting our wonderful screenshot for our virtual family photo. But for all of your input, thank you all so much. We're very, very grateful for all of those opening remarks. And I'm going to hand it back to Joe now. We have start our first to delve deeply in there and take a look at these outlooks and, really see, talk to the key players in terms of the process, the progress, and indeed all of the decisions and how they were reached and how that great work was done. So Joe, I'm going to hand back to you for our opening session. And thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Etna, and thanks again to everybody for participating. We're running a little bit behind schedule, so we're going to move quickly to the symposium, which is session 1, which is the presentation of the outlooks by IEA and OPEC, and then the report from RFF and Richard Newell with some of the key findings of the two reports. So I'd like to introduce first from OPEC, my friend Ayad Al-Qahtani, who's the head of research at OPEC, to make the first presentation. Ayad.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. It is my absolute pleasure to be amongst you today to share with you over the next 10 minutes or so some key messages extracted from the OPEC Secretariat's outlooks on global oil market in the short term, medium term, as well as the long term. The key messages that I will be sharing with you today are extracted from two flagship publications here at the OPEC Secretariat, namely the monthly oil market report, the latest of which was released last week, and the world oil outlook that was, as mentioned earlier by His Excellency Mr. Barkindo, October of last year. Now, starting with the short-term market, on the global front, we see from the left-hand side chart that we expect the global economy to grow at around 4.8% this year. This is a recovery from the contraction that we have observed last year, estimated now at 3.9%. The economic growth, as we see from the chart, will be led this year by the non-OECD countries, growing at around 5.5% this year, led by India and China, as we see 7.5 and 7.4% respectively. The non-OECD countries are expected to grow by around 3.9%. As we see from the right-hand side chart, we have the global GDP correlated very closely to the global trade. And as we see, both have been in decline trend since the first quarter of 17, most notably the economic crash that we've unfortunately suffered in the second quarter of last year. But since then, we see gradual recovery, as His Royal Highness, as well as His Excellency, Mr. Barkindo, have elaborated earlier. We are not definitely out of the woods yet, but not a victory can be declared as of yet on the economic front, and hence the demand front, as we see later on. On the demand, we expect this year's global demand for oil to grow at around 5.8 million barrels per day. This is a notable recovery from the contraction that we've seen last year at 9.7 million barrels per day. We will not be completely back to the pre-crisis level, but gradually, as we mentioned, or as we heard from their excellencies earlier, in the short term, we envision a gradual recovery to the pre-crisis level. On regional basis, as we see from the right-hand side of the slide, the OECD recovery is expected to be led by the OECD America, mainly in the transportation sector, which is expected to bounce back to the growth territories. In the non-OECD region, we see China and India will be leading the growth, mainly in transport sector as well as petrochemical sector. China, on the chart, we see it growing by north of 1 million barrels per day this year, followed by India. As we have heard from their excellencies earlier on, the critical uncertainty around the global economy and therefore the global economic or demand for oil are surrounded by tremendous uncertainty emanating from the economic front, relating to the maybe impact of the stimulus package that we have seen the different countries around the world, most notably the G20, injecting north of $23 trillion as a stimulus to get us out of the COVID-19 repercussions. The impact of that stimulus package, along with the trade barriers and restrictions, added to the problems of the unemployment, as well as the inflated balance sheets of the central banks, along with the COVID-19 uncertainties emanating from the mutations and evolution of the virus, as well as the pace of the vaccination for the virus, will all impact the speed of the recovery, mainly in the transport sector that we see for this year. The OPEC Secretariat, we monitor these parameters very closely, and we try to accommodate as much as we learn on monthly basis into our short-term forecasting, and at a later stage, as I will share with you, in our longer-term forecast. On the supply front, we expect the non-OPEC liquid supply this year to grow by around 670 KBD. This is a recovery from the contraction that we've seen last year at 2.5 million barrels per day. The decline that we estimate for last year is mainly in in key regions, including Russia, US, as well as Canada, and in a few other countries. We've also registered some slowdown in Norway and Brazil. We expect a recovery this year. Majority of this recovery will be a comeback of some shut-in production as opposed to new projects. Now, what does this mean to the market balancing? In the left-hand side chart of this slide, we see the conformity performance of the Declaration of Cooperation effort. At the beginning, there was some skepticism by many market observers on the DOC effectiveness and impact. And as we see from this chart on the conformity on the left, and hence the commercial oil overhang in the OECD region above the latest 5-year average, we see that the DOC effort has proven to be a historic success, even more success than what was originally envisioned. Since the beginning of the DOC in January 17, we've seen 117% conformity level in the first 2 years, followed by 144 and north of 100% for the bulk of 2020. What does this mean to the market balancing? We use many metrics, most important of which that we follow very closely is the overhang in the OECD commercial oil stocks above the 5-year average. And as we can see from the chart, the DOC has managed bringing the overhang down from the 267 million barrels that we've seen summer of last year down to around 138 in December last year, as the market keeps balancing. Given the relentless effort of the DOC countries, we hope that the overhang will eventually be liquidated and the market will be into a complete balance. This demonstrates the strong conformity and dedication of the DOC participating countries. On the forward or days of forward cover, we see that over the past 5 months from December last year, we've managed bringing the overhang down from 17 days of forward cover down to the 8.5 seen in December last year. Now, with this, we have to stress on the investment as a key point that we think is extremely crucial for the market balance. DOC hopefully will help the market balance, but beyond that point, investment will kick in to be an extremely critical factor. DOC, as well as member countries of OPEC and OPEC Secretariat, we've reiterated many times that investment needs to be deployed and pipes needs to be planted in the ground to secure the demand that will materialize eventually by everybody's forecast, as we have heard from their excellencies. Now we see in 2014 and 15, or 15 and 16, we've suffered a 40% drop in the upstream capex. It was followed by an anemic 7% increase in E&P capex in the 2018 and 19. And then with the price falling in the negative territories, as we have heard His Excellency Mr. Barkindo in his key note speaks, we saw a north of 32% drop in the capex in 2020. And this sets up a challenge in the future. When the demand recovers back to the pre-crisis level, the supply will have to cater to that. Now, a few key messages on the short term before we leave. We see a recovery this year on both the global economy as well as the demand, yet not to the pre-crisis level, but we gradually going there. That is to say, we are not out of the woods yet, and the forecast in the short term is surrounded by a cloud of uncertainties emanating from global front and COVID-19 related front. The non-OPEC supply the shut-in production will gradually get back to the market as we improve, and the DOC is proven to be an instrumental in bringing or reinstating the market balancing going forward. We've seen the commercial dropping significantly since the summer of last year. Moving to the medium to long-term outlook, and as I mentioned earlier, these from our world oil outlook, we see in the economy front, we expect the global economy to more than double. The population we expect it to increase by more than 20% between now and 2045. The rising urbanization as well as the expanding middle class, mainly in the non-OECD countries, all will demand more energy. We expect in our WU that we will need at least 25% more energy between the years 2019 and 2045. The Middle East and Africa will be key regions to watch for, not only in the population front, whereby they will command the bulk of the 1.8 billion people that we expect to see the light between 2019 and 2045. Around 800 million of those will be in Middle East and Africa. They will, along with this population growth, as well as the expected economic growth, we will definitely demand more energy, predominantly in the non-OECD countries. It is, back slide, please. The outlook has a central premise that all forms of energy will be needed. And as we have repeatedly have mentioned, no one-size-fits-all solution to the energy demand. We continue to emphasize that a diverse portfolio of energy will be the only option going forward to keep up with the anticipated demand growth, as I projected in this slide. Looking into the energy growth by source, we see the renewable energy growing the fastest at north of 6% per year. On absolute levels, we see the natural gas to be the fastest growing fossil fuel, demanding around 28 million barrels of oil equivalent between 2019 and 45. On the oil, the free fall in the oil demand that we've unfortunately experienced last year unfortunately fueled a lot of speculations about the future of oil as part of the energy mix going forward. But our outlook proves that we will see a contraction in the oil demand in the short term, but in the longer term, the crude oil proved to be predominant and very key component of the global energy mix, will still return north of 28% of its global mix. That's down from a 32% that we've seen in 2019. Diving probably deeper into oil. Next slide, please. And under the assumption, as I mentioned earlier, that the COVID-19 pandemic will be largely contained in 2021, we expect the demand to recover over the short term, that's years 2021 as well as 2022, back to the growing territories in the years after. Healthy demand is definitely expected in the medium to longer term. By 2045, we expect the global oil demand to reach 109 million barrels per day. That's an increase of around 10 million barrels per day over the 2019 level. Although towards the end of this time horizon, we see the oil demand plateauing. Nevertheless, we do not see any peak demand in our world oil outlook. Now, maybe diving into the oil demand by sector. We see the and region. We see the non-OECD countries commanding all of the oil growth going forward. We expect, next slide, please. We expect the non-OECD demand for oil to increase by more than 22 million barrels per day. That demand growth will be eroded by the contraction in the OECD countries' demand by north of 12.5 million, and then it will be around 10 million barrels per day between 2019 and 2045. From a sectoral perspective, as we see from this slide, the petrochemicals as well as the transportation will command the lion's share of this demand growth, as the electricity generation will lose some market share on the oil demand to the natural gas as well as renewables, as we have heard from their excellencies earlier. And I keep referring to their excellencies key messages because it resonates how compatible these outlooks when it comes to fundamentals. The road transport, as we see from this slide, is expected to remain in the driver's seat commanding more than 43% of the total demand by 2045. And as I mentioned earlier, it will be exclusively in the non-OECD regions, in the developing regions, as the policies and technology tightens up in the OECD regions. The aviation, we've seen it suffering a hammer blow last year and continues to do so, at least in the short term, especially in the international routes, but sooner and very soon we expect it to recover back to the growing territories and demonstrating a stronger pace of growth in the longer term. All in all, we see the road transport as well as the petrochemicals to be the single largest contributors to the growth of oil demand going forward, focused or centered in the OECD or non-OECD regions. Slide. Now, staying just for this slide with the transportation sector, we see a steady rise in the number of vehicles going forward. The electric vehicles share will more than triple. We expect it to reach around 16% by 2045. 16% of the 2.6 billion vehicles that we expect to be on the road. That's almost doubling from 2019 to 2045. Alternative fuel vehicles are also to witness some growth, but all in all, the conventional internal combustion engines will remain to be the dominating component of the fleet technology mix by 2045. Of course, underneath the outlook that we have are fundamental assumptions on global energy policies as well as the energy evolution, and we assume them to be evolutionary in nature as opposed to revolutionary, and that is given the observed tightening policies. We've taken note of the US, Europe, China, zero carbon neutrality or zero carbon emission by 2050 or 2060. These are all deployed in the base assumptions of our scenarios. Nevertheless, this is what we see. On the supply front, we see non-OPEC liquid supply to recover, as I mentioned earlier, from in the short term back to the pre-crisis level, gradually increasing to the medium term. We see meaningful supply growth by 2025 from very few countries, including Canada, Qatar, and Kazakhstan, as well as Guyana, but beyond which or beside which we see most, if not all, of other regions stagnating or declining. The non-OPEC supply as a whole, we expect it to reach around 72 million barrels by the end of the decade, that is by 2030 or so, before it started tapering off to around 65 million barrels per day by 2045. The slack that the non-OPEC liquid supply will leave in the market will be filled by the supply coming from OPEC side. We see the OPEC liquid supply increasing from 34 million barrels per day observed in 2019 to around 44 million barrels per day by 2045. That's an increase on their market share from the level of 34% to around 44%. On the refining side that links the demand to the supply story that we've shared with you earlier, we expect the crude distillation capacity to increase by around 15.6 million barrels per day between now and 2045, with significant slowdown on the rate of the capacity required over the time horizon. We expect the new capacity to be added in a few key areas, including Asia Pacific, Middle East, as well as Africa. Other regions will witness some additions, but rather very minor. The pandemic, as I mentioned earlier, had some extremely disruptive consequences on all components of the global energy landscape, but even refining. We've seen a wave of refining closures. We expect to see more going forward, but again, the capacity addition will be centered in the regions I named earlier. On the trade of crude, we see minor adjustments of the crude flows between key regions, but very notably, we see the Middle East picking up momentum, demanding a larger share of the trade going forward. Mainly will be targeting Asian markets. On investments, we've alluded to that earlier. In the short term, in the longer term, it's even more pronounced. Between 2019 and 2045, in the oil-related part of the global energy landscape, we expect to require north of $12 trillion, and that will be predominantly in the upstream, whereby we will need 9.9, not only to cater the 10 million barrels additional demand that we expect to see, but also the larger elephant in the room is to maintain the levels that we have now. That's given the natural depletion of the reservoirs. That will be tens of millions of barrels will have to materialize as fresh crude supplies between now and 2045. The security or securing the investment is will be needed. I'm still on the previous slide, yes. Will be needed to maintain the historic leadership that we need to have in developing and deploying technologies to provide stable economic as well as secure energy supplies for the future. We will definitely need the capital to be invested to support the human capacity development. Here at OPEC, we have at the center of the stage the climate issues as well as the social development goals, the UN goals. And in our World Oil Outlook and the one before, we've dedicated chapters to address these issues. The OPEC and its member countries are fully supportive of the Paris Agreement, and many of our member countries have signed the Paris Agreement as well as indicated NDCs. Many of the member countries have also been working on diversifying their energy portfolio as well as striving continuously to reduce emissions. Again, investment capital is needed to help member countries' goals. On the social development goals, unfortunately, we've seen COVID-19 exacerbating the vulnerability that we have seen across the board in all regions. And the 800 million people mentioned earlier by His Excellency with no access to electricity, and the 2.8 billion people with no access to modern cooking systems, they continue to suffer, but we address that and we discuss it in elaborate details in our World Oil Outlook. The sheer magnitude of the access challenge calls for all available energy sources to be accommodated, including oil and gas, as we have seen from the various outlooks, to be pivotal, central to securing the energy growth that caters the economic growth and prosperity for everybody, for the interest of consumers, producers, as well as all market participants. I think this takes me to the takeaway messages, and I'm approaching the end of my 10 minutes or so, but I will, I will invite you to a 2-minute video that we have complementing the World Oil Outlook book that we have celebrated launching last October. And the video distills the key takeaway messages from our World Oil Outlook. But again, I invite all the participants of today to check out our publications that we are very proud of, and we avail them at our website, opec.org. If we could maybe play the movie for the next 2 minutes, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
The COVID-19 pandemic caused the biggest shock to the global economy in living memory. It has led to human loss around the world and created hardship for people everywhere. The impact of the pandemic has also resulted in an unprecedented oil demand shock. In response, OPEC and other declaration of cooperation countries took bold and decisive action to help balance and stabilize markets by committing to the largest and longest ever oil production adjustments. Today, the economy is recovering. Oil markets are on track to stabilize, while further normalization is expected over the next couple of years. After the huge 2020 shock, oil demand will grow again and rise steadily in the medium term. As long-term growth slows, oil demand will plateau around 109 million barrels per day in the second half of the forecast period. Alongside the declaration of cooperation adjustments, economics forced the shut-in of large volumes in other oil-producing countries. However, non-OPEC supply will grow again in 2021 and pick up momentum in the following years, mostly driven by US tight oil and Brazil. Looking further ahead, non-OPEC supply will decline again after US tight oil peaks around 2030, while OPEC liquids will need to fill the gap. The downstream sector has come under enormous pressure due to declining demand. This will likely force a wave of refinery closures, even as new capacity comes online in the Asia-Pacific, Middle East and Africa. Traded volumes of oil are expected to grow only modestly in the long term. However, the Middle East's share of global crude and condensate trade will rise robustly during the second part of the forecast period. To ensure oil demand is met and that oil markets are reliably supplied, total long-term investments in oil will need to be $12.6 trillion. The long-term energy outlook was already uncertain before the COVID-19 pandemic and is now even more difficult to foresee. Despite the uncertainties, some things are clear. Firstly, the expectations for continued population and economic growth mean the world will need significantly more energy in the long term. Secondly, more energy will be needed to reduce energy poverty and help achieve the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. OPEC and its member countries are committed to increasing energy access, thus contributing to a more inclusive and resilient world. And finally, it is clear that all sources of energy will be needed to support the post-pandemic recovery and to address future energy needs. Despite faster growth in renewables and gas, oil will retain its #1 position in the energy mix for years to come. With an eye on the future, OPEC is committed to the aims of the Paris Agreement and fully supportive of economic recovery and sustainable development. Complex problems require comprehensive solutions. With international cooperation, the oil industry, which possesses critical resources and expertise, can help unlock our carbon-free future. Drawing on its 60 years of experience, OPEC remains committed to providing a stable and secure supply of oil, working with stakeholders everywhere to support a sustainable and inclusive energy future.
Okay, thanks. Thanks
This
very
brings
much.
our presentation to an end. Back to you, Your Excellency.
Thanks very much, Ayad. Next, we'll go to the IEA presentation with Kayasuke Sanamori. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McMonagle. The Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished the participants, good afternoon. The World Energy Outlook of the IEA 2020 examined how the pandemic might reshape the future of energy and affect the prospects for rapid clean energy transitions. So WEO 2020 focused on the next decade to 2030 and what sort of energy sector will emerge. With the uncertainty as to the course of the pandemic and the global economies, a scenario approach has never been more important. Our scenarios look at the direction of the energy systems are heading, how this would be affected by the different outlooks for public health and the economy, and what more would be needed to put us on track to reach net zero emissions. The WEO 2019 stated policy scenario assumed 3.6% economic growth to 2030, the yellow line here, and energy demand growth of roughly 1% per year. The COVID-19 has changed the starting point. In the WEO 2020 assumes that the pandemic is brought under control in 2021, this year, but nonetheless, by 2030, the economy is 5% smaller than the pre-crisis trajectory, and energy demand is lower. the pandemic may stay with us longer, delayed recovery scenario explores this case. In the steps, we are back to 2019 levels of demand in 2023, but with the delayed recovery, returning to the pre-crisis levels takes until the middle of the decade. The energy demand fell by 5% in 2020, and oil and coal were hit the hardest. The renewables, especially in the power sector, were much less affected. So emissions of CO2 fell by 7%, more than energy consumption. Then what happens next? In the steps, the oil demand will recover. The coal will continue to be under pressure, and natural gas will grow. The big winners are renewables, which meet well over half the growth in energy demand. If the recovery is delayed, investments in renewables are likely to be resilient, but the growth in oil demand would be wiped out, and the coal and natural gas would be seriously affected. The delayed recovery will hit the hardest on some of the most vulnerable countries and groups around the world. The oil demand in the steps 2020 is 2 million barrels per day lower at the time of 2030 than the previous outlook in 2019. And petrochemicals account for 60% of the growth in the next decade. In the case of a delayed recovery, it takes until 2027 to get back to the pre-crisis oil demand levels. Behavior changes such as less air travel and more teleworking have sparked a debate over their long-term impacts. But we also need to note some trends that could support oil demand, like the aversion to public transport and slower replacement of old and inefficient vehicles. The oil consumption reaches a plateau in these two scenarios by the 2030s, but do not peak. The stronger policy interventions would be needed for oil demand to fall rapidly as modeled in the sustainable development as shown in the green line here. The consumers spent $1 trillion less on oil products in 2020 than delivering a huge shock for countries relying on oil revenues. In the Middle East, income from oil and gas became half, and companies are forced to another round of cuts. And this comes at a time when the industry is asked to clarify the implications of energy transitions and the contribution it can make to reducing emissions. As for the money to be made from oil and gas, as in this chart, the pandemic has already reduced this by around a quarter. And the strengthening of the climate policies will bring this down even further. Major producing countries need to seize the moment to diversify and reform their economies to reduce heavy reliance on oil. And also the resources developed in this new environment not only need to be low cost, but also need to be low emissions. So close attention to methane leaks is also vital. As such, the capacity of the industry to invest has been shaken. If oil demand returns to the kind of steps trajectory, strong growth, recovery, and upstream investments fail to pick up, then we may face new price cycles and another volatility. Now, electricity sector is transforming profoundly. Over the past 2 decades, the coal-fired power plants increased the most, but the solar PV has added the largest capacity in the last 3 years. And the solar PV generation will expand by over 4,000 terawatt hours in the next 2 decades. And that's more than coal-fired generation increased over the past 20 years. The potential for growth is even larger in the case of SDS, sustainable development. So renewable is growing, but CO2 emissions in the steppes is far from meeting international climate targets. In the SDS, the green line, the emissions need to fall to 0 by 2070. So it is critical now that the recovery from the pandemic is as sustainable as possible. And we have seen an increasing number of countries making pledges to reduce the CO2 emissions to net zero by 2050. China announced the net zero emissions by 2060. So more rapid and ambitious actions are needed by all. But it would take a lot more than already ambitious SDS to reach net zero emissions by 2050 globally. And as our executive director said, the IEA is now working on the new roadmap for global net zero 2050 and will release it in May. Indeed, the achieving net zero emissions by 2050 would require singular, unwavering focus from all. Companies need to develop and deploy new low carbon technologies, including CCUS, new nuclear technologies, and boost the battery manufacturing capacity. Low carbon hydrogen, for instance, need to grow by a factor of 100 over the next 10 years. And also people's behavior need to change, such as less business flights, more teleworking, more walking, and raising air conditioning temperatures. Every second car sold would need to be electric, bringing their sales from 2.5 million to 50 million in a decade. And this will lead to a new security question about the availability of the critical minerals. As for the financial markets, there will need to be a step change in the pace and ambition to boost the clean energy capital expenditure. In the net zero emission 2050 scenario, investment in clean electricity technologies should be $1.6 trillion in 2030. And that's around 4 times the largest level historically. And of course, it is for governments, the policymakers, to decide the way forward. Finally, failure to tackle the and the associated emissions locked in with them would put the climate goals out of reach. Just the continuing to operate the existing infrastructure would emit over 700 gigatons of CO2 over the next 50 years, increasing the global temperatures by 1.65 degrees Celsius. And of course, there are ways to tackle these emissions, such as repurposing coal-fired power plants to focus on flexibility, retrofitting with the CCUS, carbon capture, or co-firing with biomass or other low-carbon fuels, or the retiring early. But it is very important to work on these the existing infrastructures. And also, these existing infrastructures, if used wisely, can contribute to the energy security going forward. So here are the final conclusions. For the sake of time, I stop here, and happy to field whatever questions you may have. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much. And now we'll turn to Richard Newell, who's the President and CEO of Resources for the Future and our partner with the IEF in collaboration preparing the comparison report. So Richard, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Joe, for the kind introduction, and thank you, Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, and other participants for the opportunity to present a brief summary of the results of our annual comparison of the IEA, OPEC, and other short, medium, and long-term energy outlooks. Let me share my screen. Hope that's visible to everybody. Excellent. The full report that we've created with the IEF can be found at the IEF website as well as at the RFF website. It represents a significant effort to place the historical data and the projections of the IEA, OPEC, and other institutions on a comparative basis. The report covers short-term outlooks that forecast out up to 2 years in the future, medium-term outlooks that look out 5 years to the year 2025, and long-term outlooks that make projections 20 to 30 years hence to the year 2040, and in some cases, the year 2050. Turning first to the short term, the report tracks the evolution of the short-term monthly reports issued through the end of 2020, with the final estimates being from the December 2020 reports. It shows the dramatic decline in actual and forecast oil demand beginning in March and especially April of last year, which is almost 1 year ago. The estimates shown in this figure are from the December monthly reports, and they illustrate that OPEC sees a more severe contraction than IEA in 2020, persisting into 2021. The IEA and OPEC estimate world liquids demand was 100 million barrels per day in 2019, before falling by about 9 to 10 million barrels per day, or about 10%, in 2020 due to the COVID pandemic. Both the IEA and OPEC anticipate recovering more than half of that demand this year. Also, I'll note that the differences between IEA and OPEC have narrowed since the December outlooks. IEA has revised demand downward slightly, and OPEC has revised it upward slightly across the board. So as of February, the monthly reports, the difference stands at only 700,000 barrels per day for 2020 and about 400,000 barrels per day for 2021. Turning to the supply side, both the IEA and OPEC highlight the central role that OPEC has played in balancing the global market over the past year. The past year has been a natural experiment of sorts regarding the role of swing producers in a world with US tight oil. While the change in OECD Americas, which is shown in light blue, is larger than it might have been in the pre-shale era, OPEC producers, which are shown in the green, still constitute the vast majority of swing supply. While tight oil drilling activity may change rapidly due to price changes, production from existing tight oil wells persists during downward demand shocks, and production from new wells takes months to come online when prices rebound. So while US supply is much more responsive than it has been in the past, it does not swing by millions of barrels per day within a matter of weeks. Now to the medium term, the comparison report also covers the IEA medium-term outlook from March 2020 and the OPEC medium-term outlook from October 2020. This figure shows world liquids demand projections through 2025 on the left, and on the right, it breaks that down into OECD and non-OECD countries. I'll note that the IEA medium-term outlook came out in March 2020 before COVID-19 impacts on the energy sector were fully understood. Nonetheless, the medium-term outlooks show OECD and non-OECD countries returning to pre-COVID patterns over the next few years. So after recovery, the medium-term outlooks have roughly flat OECD demand and continued non-OECD demand growth. The report also compares long-term outlooks from IEA and OPEC released in October 2020, as well as outlooks from the International Renewable Energy Agency, or IRENA, the Gas Exporting Countries Forum, or GECF, and the energy companies BP and Equinor. This figure shows global liquids demand through 2040 for 17 different scenarios that come from 6 different institutions. The key difference across these scenarios is whether they assume countries take the steps necessary to avoid the worst impacts of climate change, or whether we follow business as usual trends. It shows a difference between the highest and lowest scenarios of 55 million barrels per day in global liquids demand in 2040, depending on whether oil demand follows past trends or whether the world takes the steps necessary to transition the global energy system in a manner consistent with meeting the climate goals in line with the Paris Agreement. The upper and lower ends of these scenarios represent about a 50% difference in global liquids demand with tremendous implications for both the oil sector as well as alternatives to oil. Here we show primary energy demand in 2019 at the bottom of the chart, and scenarios for 2040 in all the other bars. The length of the bars in this figure shows that overall energy demand ranges from growth of up to 19% by 2040 in some scenarios to declines of up to 10% or more in Paris Alliance scenarios. Likewise, the share of fossil fuels in the energy mix varies from a high of about 75% in 2040 to a low of about 55% in Paris Alliance scenarios. That's compared to the current fossil fuel mix, which is about 80% share of coal, oil, and gas in the overall energy mix globally. Now more data, lots more data, reports and analysis on all these scenarios can be found at our Global Energy Outlook website and data tool located at rff.org/GEO. The illustration here is just a screenshot of what that data tool looks like. There we also include information from additional outlooks from institutions such as Bloomberg New Energy Finance, Shell, the IEEJ, and also ExxonMobil. Finally, I'll leave you with some key questions raised by this diversity of possible futures and the urgency of the climate challenge. First, how can a range of technologies contribute to bridging the gap between Central and Paris Alliance scenarios, thereby enabling emissions reductions while also affordably meeting energy demands? Second, what can governments, energy producers, and innovators do to accelerate deployment and scale the demand for and also the supply of new technologies and innovations? And finally, as we undertake what is a monumental transition, we need to anticipate the financial and socioeconomic implications of deep reductions in greenhouse gas emissions and how the private sector, governments, and society at large can respond. I look forward to continuing the dialogue with all of you as we seek and implement the answers to these questions. Thanks so much. It's been a pleasure to have this opportunity.
Thanks very much, Richard. And now our last speaker, last but not least, certainly, Spencer Dale, the Group Chief Economist at BP. Spencer, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Joe, let me just share my screen. I'm failing to get it on. So thank you again, and Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, friends and colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for the opportunity to participate. We can't meet in person this year, but nevertheless, the annual IEA-IEF-OPEC Symposium remains a sort of key fixture, I think, in the global energy calendar for all of us. And so it's a real honor to be able to participate today, albeit virtually. And I want to make just a few observations, echoing some of the comments we've heard already this morning from the ministers, but also picking up on some of the points that Richard just made. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to refer to BP's Energy Outlook, which was published in September of last year, and which Richard just referred to. The Outlook considered 3 scenarios. The rapid scenario, shown here in orange, in which carbon emissions fall by around 70% by 2050, which is broadly in line with maintaining temperature rises well below 2 degrees C. The blue net zero scenario, which as the name suggests, means that carbon emissions are almost entirely eliminated by 2050, broadly consistent with maintaining temperature rises below 1.5 degrees C. And the green business as usual scenario, in which relatively little progress is made in decarbonising the energy system, with carbon emissions only around 10% lower than their current levels by 2050. Now, perhaps a key point here is to stress how we use these outlooks in BP and how I think about using these scenarios going forward. And the point here is we recognise that all of these scenarios will be wrong. And so we don't place more weight on one of these scenarios than any of the other scenarios. There's no reference case, there's no central case here. Rather, what we do is we use these scenarios to help better understand the range of uncertainty we face. This is the point that His Royal Highness was emphasizing earlier. We live in a hugely uncertain times, and we use these scenarios to better understand that uncertainty. And so by better understanding that uncertainty, it's possible to help to shape a strategy for our company, which is robust or resilient to the range of outcomes we may face. One central message from that scenario, from the scenario analysis, which is a point that Richard was also just emphasizing, is the huge range of possible outcomes we face depending on how quickly and the nature of the energy transition. These charts show a profile for oil and natural gas demand under the three scenarios. On the left-hand side, in terms of oil demand in 2050 ranges from a range of 90 million barrels a day to 25 million barrels a day. Natural gas on the right in 2050 ranges from a demand of a little over 5,000 BCM to close to 2,000 BCM. And it seems to me, as we think about the role of energy outlooks going forward and the role of this symposium going forward, it's increasingly to use those outlooks to better understand the range of uncertainty we face and the sources of that uncertainty, so we can better understand these outcomes. I think using scenarios to understand uncertainty rather than to make predictions on one particular scenario feels to me an important point going forward. Despite this uncertainty, there are, however, some trends which are common across all of these scenarios. And this is just shown here in this final chart I wanted to show you. So this shows you three common trends which feature in all three scenarios. If we start on the left-hand side in the left panel, it shows the share of non-fossil fuels decline, the share of fossil fuels in primary energy declines in all three scenarios. So hydrocarbons today, oil, natural gas and coal, account for around 85% of primary energy. And that share declines somewhere to between 65 and 20% by 2050. Importantly, in all three of these scenarios, the absolute demand for fossil fuels declines over the next 30 years. That would be entirely unprecedented. If you look back in the history of energy, we've never seen any sustained fall in the absolute demand for any modern fuel. The share of oil in primary energy has declined, the share of coal in primary energy has declined, but their absolute demands has always continued to rise. In all three of these scenarios, even in the business as usual case, the absolute demand for fossil fuels declines over the next 30 years. The second panel says that that declining role of fossil fuels is largely offset by an increasing share of renewable energy. Renewables, if we define renewables to mean wind, solar and biofuels, and so treat hydropower separately for the purposes of this chart, today account for around 5% of primary energy, and that share increases to about between 20 and 60% by 2050. Again, in all three scenarios, a common trend is that the pace at which renewables penetrate the energy system is quicker than any fuel ever seen in history. And the third slide here, the third trend here is this growth in renewable energy goes hand in hand with increasing role of electricity in total final consumption as the world continues to electrify. So although huge uncertainty in terms of the energy transition, and we should really emphasize that uncertainty, there are some trends which seem common across a whole range of different scenarios, which we perhaps will find comfort, we may therefore think have a greater chance of materializing in some form or other. Let me stop there, Joe, and make sure we have time for questions and pass back to you.
Okay, thanks very much. I do have one question, and if you have questions, you could submit them on the Q&A tab, but I'll read this question. It's actually a long question, so any of the panelists can take it. It's from Cornelia Meyer, who we all know. She asks, how can you reconcile 12 trillion worth of investment needed in the oil sector by 2045 and ESG investment rising as the fastest growing investment class She notes 50% of professionally managed money in the US by 2025. How can the industry attract investment? What will it take for the industry to be considered ESG compatible? And lastly, what would a failure of attracting sufficient investment mean for the balancing of oil markets and the oil price 5 to 10 years down the road? So a lot of questions in one, but I'll throw it to, Will Spencer, since you're on the screen right now, I'll ask you to comment, and then we'll go to Richard, Ayed, and Sadamori.
So I think the absolute amount of investment needed in oil and gas obviously varies across all the different scenarios we look at. But one common feature is in all three of the scenarios that we considered, even in one where oil demand is declining over the next 30 years and oil demand declines to as low as 25 million barrels a day by 2050, you still need considerable amounts of oil, considerable amounts of investment in new oil production to ensure that the world is able to meet the oil demand that persists. And I think this is sort of a lack of full appreciation in some parts of the world today, that even if oil demand declines, the fact that the pace of the base decline in production will be far greater than most profiles for oil demand means that the world will continue to need to attract significant amounts of new investment into oil production for many decades to come, even in scenarios in which entirely consistent with achieving the Paris climate goals, and even in scenarios where oil demand could fall as low as 25 million barrels a day by 2050. And I'm not sure that all of the investment community understand the sort of the basic arithmetic of base decline in oil production.
Ayed, do you want to make a comment?
Thank you, Your Excellency. I just wanted to maybe recall the global GDP figure that I talked about earlier. The size of the global GDP back in 2019 was around 121 trillion. We expected to almost double to 257. That's an increase of $136 trillion. So if we are talking about $12 trillion just for the oil related, that boils down to around $500 billion required every year, which is less than probably 3 or 0.4% of the global economic machine. I think that's doable. It is comprehensible, and that is for the oil. But if you add all the other components, investment required for energy across the global energy landscape, the chain, production, conversion, as well as the demand, then it goes up to a significant part of the global economic machine size. Now, going beyond that, that's where my challenge is, where to raise the capital, given the tight financial constraints that we have. We see the central banks of major regions, the US, Eurozone, UK, as well as Japan, even China and some of the developing regions. We see the central banks' balance sheets inflating rather exponentially. And I think the inflationary factors or the concerns will play into the future. I think we can manage just going at the base case, the steps scenario in the IEA, but I think going beyond that and pressing the gas pedal into doing more for the environment, I think we will have to maybe cut some of the investment elsewhere that could cater an economic growth and bring these investments, greener investments, into play. We have a very strong dialoguing program here at the Secretariat with major dialoguing partners, including the EU. And some of the discussions we cover at technical levels is what does it mean when it comes to a price tag on all these ambitious green plans, whether it's in the US, Europe, or China. And the price, probably a single figure couldn't be pointed out because I think it's just too huge to digest. So rather than playing these deductive scenarios, or where do we want to be in 2045, and then play it back to where we are now, I think more comprehensible, more reasonable assumptions needs to be deployed, cognizant of all these financial constraints. So whether it's doable or not, I think it will be a little bit too constraining for global economic growth going forward, accommodating more of the ambitious greener targets. I'm not saying it's doable or not, it's bad or not, but I think we need to be reasonable, taking care of the economic growth, facilitating more prosperity for the people, but at the same time, at a reasonable cost, taking care of the environment, given every individual country's circumstances. And I think that plays down into the positions of many countries when it comes to pushing the SDG, ESG's agendas forward, but at the same time having to put up with financial and economic burdens and constraints. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thanks very much. And Kaisuke Satomori from the IEA, do you want to make any comments
yes.
as well?
A few points from me. First, as Mr. Spencer Dale said, the oil consumption does not disappear suddenly. And even in the IEA's sustainable development scenario, the pace of decline of production from the existing fields is faster than the decline of demand. So there is always a need for the additional investments. So that's number one. Second, the natural gas will continue to play a very important role in providing flexibility to the power systems and also replacing the even more carbon-intensive fuels to achieve the cleaner energy transitions. And what's happening in Texas right now teaches us the crucial importance of securing the natural gas supply. So that's the second point. And third, the oil and gas industries in the world will have a very important role to play in this clean energy transitions. So they need to invest more in developing a kind of a lower carbon liquid and gas fuels in the form of biofuels, biomethane, the various sources driving from the green and blue hydrogen, CCUS projects. So in that respect, there's a very important role to play in the oil and gas industries and their investments going forward. Thank you.
Okay, great. I think we'll stop there because we're running so much over time, and I'll toss it back to Etna.
Thank you, Joe. And indeed, thank you all. Thank you so much. Dr. Ayad, Kesko, Richard, and Spencer Dale, thank you so much. And Joe, thank you so much for leading that panel and really getting into depth there in terms of what's going on with both of the outlooks and really examining them and looking at the scenarios, how you reach there, the possibilities and what it's all about. Absolutely essential there. And I think as you all look at, and even a question there even from Cornelia talking about, the importance of investment. Everybody is looking at that and investment right across the board. Just to let you know, of course, our hashtag is Energy Outlooks. We're really happy to see so many of you engaged. It's great. So many people from indeed around the world have actually joined us for this. And I'm particularly happy at this point to welcome a very special participant here at the IEA-IEF-OPEC Symposium on Energy Outlooks. She is the President and CEO of Occidental Petroleum. And Vicky Holub is now going to join Joe McMonagle, the Secretary General, of course, in a conversation. So Joe, I'm going to hand it back to you and let you lead this conversation with Vicky. We're really looking forward to hearing from both of you.
Okay, thanks very much, Etna. And I'm pleased to introduce Vicky Holub, the President and CEO of Occidental Petroleum, and welcome her to this year's Outlook Symposium. Vicky became the Oxy CEO in 2016, but has had many leadership roles during her 35-year career at the company, including responsibilities in Latin America, Russia, and the Middle East. She's also served as president of the company's Permian Basin operations, so she knows this growth production region of the U.S. very well from a technical and operations perspective. And under her stewardship, Oxy is now becoming a leading pioneer in the carbon management business that she believes will exceed upstream revenues in the next few decades. So Vicky, welcome. Thank you very much for taking some time to share your views with the IEF. And I'll just jump right into the first question. There's so much interest in the winter storm and the impacts on Texas and and production in general. First of all, we hope you and everyone in Texas are doing okay, and we wish you warmer weather soon. His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz was here earlier, and he also sent out his regards to friends and colleagues in Texas, and also Secretary General Barkindo did as well in his remarks. So wondering if you would maybe give us some initial thoughts on the unprecedented outage in power and heat, but more importantly, how the storm is impacting Oxy's operations and the region's shale production in general. Welcome. I think you're muted. Stand by.
Vicky, I think sometimes it's just a reset that's often needed. If you actually do a mute and unmute, it sometimes tends to come back. We had this little technical issue earlier, so that seemed to work it. So if you unmute, yes.
We'll see what we can do on our side here.
I think Joshi has just jumped out of this for the moment, and she'll come back in. But
okay, great.
An exceptional panel there. And I mean, the key takeaways for you, probably a lot of work for you and a lot to digest for the next trial. Here she is back. So let's see. We do occasionally have a few technical difficulties, but they're minor.
How did that work?
Wonderful.
Perfect.
Okay, great.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome.
It seems like it takes me twice to get in to make my audio work. But about the storm is unprecedented. There hasn't been a storm of this magnitude and impact on the state of Texas, and some people say more than 100 years. And so it was something that is so unprecedented that a part of our grid was just not prepared for it. And the reality is that it seems that quite a bit of the power on the grid that's supplied by the wind and solar were not winterized to the point where they could stay on the grid. And so right now we're operating at about less than 40% of the capacity of the grid. It has had an impact on much of the operations in the Permian. We're now down about probably about 2 million barrels. Oil pipelines were shut in, gas pipelines were shut in. A lot of more than 2 million homes in the state of Texas were without power and electricity. I was without electricity I've been this way now for more than 48 hours. I'm using a friend's condo, and now they have electricity but no water. And so it's been very much a lesson for the state of Texas. Texas has tried to be progressive with respect to renewables, and I applaud the state for that. Governor Abbott, it's a commitment from him to make sure that our grid is reliable and that we're moving toward the transition. So we felt like all the right things were being done, but this certainly shows that it's not just about putting renewables in, it's about making sure that we can operate them when we do. And so I'm sure a lot of lessons learned will come out of this.
Well, thanks for that. Now we'll go back to our regularly scheduled programming here. Stepping back from the winter storm impacts, this year's symposium is really the big energy outlook reset following the pandemic, and U.S. production is a closely watched component for energy markets. Oxy is one of the dominant players, if not the dominant player in the Permian, which is the largest producing region in the U.S. Production has declined since the pandemic from 13 million barrels a day down to 11 million barrels a day because of the pandemic's impact on the economy. So how do you see the recovery in U.S. production this year and in 2022 and beyond, and maybe speak to Oxy's own particular production as well?
Okay, first let me say I was all worked up about the storm, but let me say first of all, thanks to His Highness for having this and for me getting the opportunity to participate. And thanks to Secretary General Barkindo, Your Excellencies, and all of our colleagues. I'm very happy to be a part of this. I'll say that in the Permian Basin, certainly the pandemic has had a major impact, but in more than one way. It's first of all, it's shown the vulnerability of a shale development when capital is not reinvested. So the lack of consistent reinvestment in the shale play means that that decline is going to happen and happen in a bigger way. As I think many in the world know, the shale wells decline up to 70% in the first year on production. So if you're not consistently putting capital in, that decline is going to be significant. And I feel like the shale has been so impacted by this that that when the pandemic is over, we're not going to get back to the 13 million barrels a day that the US had achieved prior to the pandemic. Right now, we're a little over 11 million barrels a day. The shale, they just cannot recover from that, because part of what's going to impact the shale players is that the investment community in the United States is not going to reward growth. What the investment community wants is value. We want value creation. And the only way to create value in the shale for the long term is to have sufficient scale so that the infrastructure costs are very minor compared to the well development. And so to do that, you've got to have lots of scale, and you've got to do it in a way that your pace of growth does not require you to overbuild infrastructure. And that's a lot of what was happening previously. Some of the flaring was caused by the fact that developers were getting ahead of the infrastructure development and spending more dollars on infrastructure than you can spend while maximizing total value. And as a result of that, that's caused our industry to have invested a lot of dollars in the Permian that will never deliver any returns. Now, I think that the two things that have really caused a lot of spotlight on this, first is the pandemic, to see how production declines significantly without consistent development. And secondly, it's the fact that many companies were not making free cash flow and income from their developments. So the investment community is now very concerned with that and looking at that. And I believe this will over time drive consolidation to get that scale.
Well, thanks for that. We certainly know the investment issue quite well. We issued a report with Boston Consulting Group in December highlighting this investment crisis that you pointed out, and encourage folks to go to the website and check it out. One solution that the industry broached last May, advocated by some of your colleagues or former CEOs at other companies, was for the state of Texas to limit oil production. Where did Oxy come down on this measure, and do you think regulators made the correct choice?
I think the regulators made the correct choice. The Railroad Commission has 3 commissioners who are very, very skilled and knowledgeable about how to make that work. There's really no way to regulate it. When I first heard of the idea, I asked a few people, how do you regulate that? It's not like we have one national oil company. There's 1,000 oil companies in the Permian Basin. And so is there a fair way for the state of Texas to regulate operators in the state of Texas when there are no other regulations with respect to allocations in any other states in the United States? There's just no way to make it happen and to make it fair and equitable across not just the state, but the US and globally. The state could never have done that, would never have happened. And so we were not in support of that.
In recent days, WTI and of course Brent are over $60 a barrel, certainly higher than a year ago. Will Oxy change its production plans for 2021 as these prices stabilize, or is there too much uncertainty still out there with the pandemic?
Well, we're in a unique situation, having made the transformational acquisition. We are still in the process of reducing our debt that we raised to ensure that we can make that acquisition. So our strategy is to, no matter how high prices go, is to keep our capital investment close to a sustainable capital so that we can keep our production where it is and focus on the value creation from that, because we're continuing to improve our efficiencies and to lower our operating cost, and that in turn increases our cash flow and our income. So the way we'll create value for our shareholders is to lower our cost structure and increase our margins and deliver value rather than growth.
Well, on that point, I mean, Oxy is recognized really as in the industry for its efficient operations and its ability to cut costs of production, especially in the Permian that you know so well. What is the company's view on the current break-even price, and how does that compare to the sector in general?
We have long felt that that it's important for our industry, for if you're in the industry, to try to achieve a $40 break even. Because if you go back and look at the history of oil prices, WTI oil prices, WTI first averaged $40 back in July of 2004. And since then, 95% of the time, WTI has been $40 or above. And the 5% of the time that it wasn't $40 or above, half of that's been during the pandemic. So we feel like a floor has been established for WTI at around 40. So for us, we feel like it's very important to be $40 or below. And so we're working to always target that and stay below that. The pandemic has been challenging because other parts of our business has been impacted, our chemicals business and our midstream business. But as those recover, $40 or less is our goal. And I think for the industry, that needs to be a goal. So if you have developments that are above that, you know, I would be leery about putting dollars into any investment there where the break even was not less than $40.
You know, there's a great deal of discussion about COVID accelerating lasting structural changes and trends in different sectors and all ways of life in terms of working from home and less business travel. Have you been thinking about this and assessing these potential trends on energy demand and the sector in general? And what are your views?
I wish I could add something unique to this, but really, I agree with many others that digitization has stepped up during this time period, and because that stepped up, we're starting certainly to enhance the data analysis that we do on just about everything now, even with respect to trying to look at how do we apply it to what our employees are doing on a daily basis and how they work today. So I do believe it's helped us make all of our tools work better for us. But I do believe that the decrease in travel that's to come and the allowance of employees to work remotely and from home when they need to, I think that's going to change some transportation, but I think that's going to be more than offset by the increase in data analytics. So I think from an energy perspective, I think that this is not going to decrease energy use. I think energy use could still continue to go up. And I'm still trying to figure out what is the unintended consequence of a lot of the things that we're doing today. What is it that we're not seeing that we'll figure out here in the next 6 to 8 months or 9 months?
Well, there was an election in November in the United States, and there's a new president, President Biden, and his administration is just getting started. And even the Congress, the full Congress is now, it has a Democrat majority. I'm wondering, what is your outlook for the industry and production impacts based on some of the proposed regulatory changes and other proposals that the administration has offered?
Well, from what I can tell, the Biden administration is being very thoughtful about how they manage and regulate the industry. Certainly, they want to apply more methane regulations and reinstate some that were starting to take off during the Obama administration. We believe those regulations are justified, and certainly we're prepared to help with any discussion around those if we can. We want to be a part of the solution and not resistant to change. So we believe that irrespective of the methane regulations, that they're also considering things and talked about things about halting or delaying some leasing of oil and gas in the United States. If that happens, it's certainly going to have an impact on U.S. production. So I think there's two risks to U.S. production. One is that being responsive and conscious of the fact that the industry used to be 15% of the S&P, and now we're about 2% of the S&P. We have to attract investors back. The only way we can do that is to focus very much on value, as I said earlier, and not production growth. So that's one thing that will limit the U.S. from getting back to 13 million a day, as I said earlier. The second thing is if leases are delayed, that'll be another thing that puts downward pressure on production from the U.S. So that is a risk for our industry. But I can tell you one thing that I'm really excited about with respect to the Biden administration. They do recognize and actually endorse the use of carbon capture and sequestration. Their team understands what it means for the world, and they are putting in place and talking about ways that they can support that and make that happen in the United States. And I think that's a shift that's very much needed. And I'm excited that they're heading that way. And I think that fits perfectly with what we want to have happen in the U.S.
How important to the sector was the decision by President Obama and then Vice President Biden and the Congress to lift the ban on crude exports? And what's the broader impact on the U.S. economy and trade balances?
I think without the lifting of the export ban, there's no way the shale revolution could have happened. And while we need to do the shale revolution a little bit differently, we need to do that development differently, it was important for the U.S. to get back to a level where we could actually have a little bit of energy independence. So from a trade perspective, I think it also plays into exactly what the U.S. needs to do. The light oil that comes from the shale play there's a limited amount of refinery capacity in the U.S. that can process that lighter oil. So it needs to go international. And so without that export capability, certainly the shale development would have been limited. So, and I think it's important on a go-forward basis too. And we're the largest exporting company out of the U.S. And there is some trade, oil and gas company. There's some traders that, one of the traders we're back and forth on. We're either, some months we're the top, some months they're the top. But we do believe it's important, and we're regularly exporting today.
In a recent interview, you remarked that Oxy doesn't fear the energy transition because you see the company as a leader of the transition. Certainly, Oxy is one of the leading companies on carbon capture and storage, and you even commented that, as I pointed out in the introduction, that revenue from carbon management could exceed upstream revenue in the next couple decades. Can you describe the project that you're undertaking at Occidental and the venture, and do you see greater adoption in the industry as a whole?
Well, we're doing this because we're the largest user of CO2 for enhanced oil recovery in the world. So what we felt like our contribution to climate mitigation or change mitigation could be leveraging this expertise and experience to take carbon and sequester it in our oil reservoirs and do it in a much bigger way. Today, we're sequestering enough that takes the equivalent of the emissions from 4 million cars off the road on an annual basis. So we're already doing it today, but we feel like with this experience we have and the massive footprint that we have in the United States, along with our international operations, gives us a unique advantage to be able to take anthropogenic CO2 and put it in the oil reservoirs and create low carbon or net negative carbon oil for the world to use. And to me, that's so important because we're going to need oil for years to come. And so in decades to come. So since we're going to need oil, the best oil to use is net neutral or negative oil. And that's what we can generate from our oil reservoirs, because it takes more CO2 injected into the reservoir to produce a barrel of oil from that reservoir. And that barrel of oil will emit less CO2 than what we injected to get it out. So it's an important thing for the world to do. It's something that we've already started. We've signed up ethanol plants, a cement plant, and United Airlines has been very proactive in their goals around climate change. They have a goal to be 100% green by 2050. And so they've teamed up with us to install what will be and build and install what will be one of the largest, if not the largest, direct air capture facility in all the world in the Permian Basin. We've committed to that and started that process. Now we're in the FEED study, and we will start construction in 2023, have it online in 2024. And so direct air capture, in our view, is something that has to happen not just in the United States, but around the world. There's no other way that we can meet the goals of the Climate Accord without direct air capture. And the benefit of it is that you don't have to retrofit an existing facility. You can just install it anywhere. And so no need for pipelines. You install it where you're going to use it. And so the cost of it is going to be, in our view, competitive with alternatives and aid to alternatives.
Well, we look forward to following this project closely and the low carbon ventures business line that you're leading and creating there at Occidental. Thank you for this great conversation. Thank your friend for letting you come over and use your internet. It's great to have you live here today. Again, all the best to you and everyone in Texas. Etna, back to you.
And thank you so much, Vicki. It was wonderful, of course, as always, to hear from you. And Joe, thank you so much. And again, this is also part of what you're doing here at the IEF, Joe, really bringing all parties in, the energy industry into the conversation here. And as important it is to get all the outlooks, it really is important to get the CEOs in place to know what's going on and indeed how they value these outlooks, and again, how it's all impacting them on a day-to-day basis. Absolutely essential. So Vicki Hollop, the CEO and President of Occidental Petroleum, thank you so much for being with us. And Joe, thanks again. Now we are going to continue our discussion. We have one great panel coming up, and really, I suppose in light of what Vicki is talking about, we're going to almost continue that conversation, really looking at the stakeholders with regards to a view on energy investment. We're going to look at non-OPEC supply, clean energy technology, and really looking at how it all comes together in terms of the road to recovery. I'm absolutely delighted now to welcome our moderator for this session. She's Director of Klingendale International Energy Program, joining us from The Hague in the Netherlands, Kobe van der Linde. Kobe, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Edna, and thank you, Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, and ladies and gentlemen for bearing with us. We've heard so much information already, and I'm really keen to move into our next session, and hopefully we can also address some of the questions that are appearing in our Q&A session. I would like to give the word to Mr. Ayat Al-Amri. He's the Executive Director of Business Development of Aqua Power.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Your Highness, Your Excellencies. Do you hear me well? Just to make sure that is okay. Very good. So I'm trying to be as much as productive in this meeting, and what I did basically is I went through the moderator questionnaires that's sent to us, and then I tried to basically go through the questions and brief them and address whatever I can address in this short time. Is that a good way, or you are just I want to make sure that is the speech that I have enough time to go through the questions. So how much time we have? We have
about 5 minutes per presentation.
Good, excellent. First, it's been a pleasure actually to meet you, all of you. Last year, things has changed quite quickly since we met, and the pandemic have basically kept us apart from each other. So, but anyhow, the technology keeps us together. That's a good thing. So if I go through the questionnaires here, starting with the question number 1 about the energy outlook and the difference basically on the difference basically here between of the projections between different sources. And the question here, what is the current and sustainable development scenario and the balance between all these scenarios? How can technology contribute to bridging the gap between current and sustainable development scenario and balanced emission reduction with affordable energy access and growth? These are questions from last time. This the same questions we've been discussing it, and I heard we have been facing a lot of challenges this year. But I can, from top of our mind, we can maybe highlight 3 to 4 points here. Storage is a very important part of introduction of renewables and increasing the penetration of renewables. We've learned from, I will not mention here specific countries to avoid any basically putting any country's name here in the speech, but I think if you do a quick search, you can find different countries in the world have faced these issues by introducing renewables energy into the network, into the systems, and without counting for proper storage from the beginning, and you face quickly basically a bottleneck in the system. So one of the basically recommendation here, the system planner or in the country or the electricity company will plan properly the energy storage ahead of time of introducing the renewable generation, solar or wind, in the power plant itself. So they avoid running into bottlenecks in the future, this reducing basically, for example, California dock scenario in the US and other countries. Another important thing beside the storage is the strong and robust transmission line. That's a very important. You can, in big countries like Saudi or other countries in the region, you can see different resources in the north or south or west or east, and from solar to wind. If you have a robust and strong transmission line, you are able to utilize these resources across the countries and transmit from one part to another part. This allows you to increase the penetration of renewables into your systems. Also, interconnection between countries. Interconnection between countries is very important. Some countries have different load profiles from other countries. So basically signing this interconnection between these different countries, and happening here in Saudi between us, for example, and Jordan, us and Iraq, Saudi and Yemen, all these things will help also into, and Saudi and Egypt also help into exchanging of electricity and renewable energy basically between these countries, so to balance the load between these countries. So this have political implications, and the more, or maybe the political part and the government can help quite a lot in activating and basically accelerating these points. So these are basically the 3 points I mentioned in the first question. Efficiency is very important, increasing the KPI in the efficiencies. We see solar panels, our efficiencies increasing every year, and also wind, by putting a lot of money and investment in the KPIs and the efficiencies that will help in improving the power plant efficiencies and monetize the resource in a better way. So this one, the first one. If I go to question number 2, carbon capture utilization, and what could be, what has been so slow and how to gain tractions. I think a short answer is the incentives. Of course, in any technology, in any, if you take a coal power plant, if you want to add to it a carbon capture or HFO power plant, this will increase the cost. This will add an additional cost into the tariffs. So the best way to basically address this is incentivize the carbon, basically carbon emission, to the elimination of the carbon emission. And this is a country policies. by having the right incentives, it will help into the introduction of and I think the lady Vicky, she was mentioning about a while ago about the new administration in the US and how they're going forward into basically writing the right policy to basically incentivize the carbon emission elimination from the sector. If I go to the question number 3 here, the role of natural gas in the energy transition. What could be the role of this is a very interesting thing, and I heard the discussion before. We see the natural gas is the lesser polluting alternative compared to oil and coal, and will serve as a transitionary fuel, and it will complement the intermittency for solar and wind energy and the lack of cost-competitive electron storage solution. So by being used in an efficient gas turbine which has the ability to ramp up quite fast, it will help up the solar and renewable energy basically intermittency issues. So I can add to it here, the gas power plant also, if you look at the technologies, is burning both the natural gas content right now in the hydrogen in the natural gas is almost 25%. We see that many companies are working into increasing the hydrogen content into the gas up to 35 in the coming years, 5 years, by investing in the technology of the gas turbines and materials, and you will be able to utilize the gas turbine, I think, in 10 plus years into burning a fossil hydrogen. And this is an entrance to the second questions, which is which clean energy technology or area of research hold the most promising beyond CCUS? From our perspective, beyond the storage, battery storage, we see green hydrogen. Green hydrogen has the most promising of all technology due to its ability to be used as a reactive agent for certain industry processes that currently rely on coal and its ability to generate very high temperature, which is used for several processes. It also can be used to replace fossil fuel generated hydrogen, like a blue hydrogen, in other vital uses as a production of ammonia for fertilizers and other chemicals. So it can be also utilized ammonia to transport the hydrogen. We see a huge reduction in the green hydrogen and cost, and thanks to the decreasing cost of renewables in some geographical area, which this will help in reducing the cost of electricity that goes into the intensive electrolysis processes that go into splitting the water molecule to start the hydrogen processes. So basically what I'm trying to say here, the green hydrogen we see it as a futuristic molecule that's going to be utilized together in the beginning, together with gas, and eventually can replace gas. I'm not saying how long, but it depends on how much money spent into the technology of gas turbines and the renewables. And it also depends on the policies, because you can produce very low basically electricity in certain areas, and that utilize this electricity as an input to the hydrogen. But if cross-country, let's say, trade allows, that helps, for example, transmitting hydrogen from North Africa to Europe, or from, let's say, part of Saudi to Europe, or to other parts of the world, if you do the math, I think in the few years it will be much more competitive, maybe than importing gas from other part of from, I'm not saying Russia or other part of the world, into Europe. So we see that green hydrogen is one of the most promising technology for the future, and we see a lot of research need to go down to that area. What could be a question? Please stop me, because I have 5 questions.
I was just going to say, perhaps we should leave some of the questions for the other speakers as well.
Okay, I was very ambitious to answer all the questions, but leave them to other speaker, because one point I would like to mention here, which is very important, I think I feel the obligation to say it. You know, when countries, existing balance, one of the questions, existing balance of government climate policies with public demands for providing a reliable and affordable energies. Many countries thinking, okay, we will introduce renewables or cleaner energy that will affect the cost of electricity. I think what is important is very important that is any government takes into consideration when introducing energies, focusing in the efficiency and the cost of electricity. But that's not enough. I think you need to look behind in the environmental impact and health and safety and consideration, and it has to put a value in this in these numbers, because there are other things beside the carbons emissions that affect the agriculture of certain countries. I've been in certain countries in Asia, poor countries that rely 100% quite a lot in agricultures. And if introducing coal power plants in this, if you look at the tariffs and you compare the efficiency and the tariffs, you can say, okay, the numbers looks good if you can introduce coal instead of gas, for example. But if you look at the total effect in the environment, the total effect in the agriculture, that need to be measured. So you can see, I am measuring the true cost of this technology compared to other technologies. This is very important. Not only measuring only the tariff at the gate of the plant itself, at the whole implication of the pollutions. That is not only the carbons, other polluted of the fossil fuel. I think this is. I will stop here because I will allow other participants to mention. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for that. Also for pushing on that question you wanted to answer, because I think it's very important. Not costs are important, but also the value of certain fuels for our systems are just as important. And so I'm really happy that you pointed that out. And I'm sure I saw that looking at the Q&A that you, by answering some of the questions, you also already answered some of the questions in the chat. I would like to ask Mr. Jamie Webster, Senior Director of the Center for Energy Impact of Boston Consulting Group, to make his presentation.
Thanks, Kobe. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Secretary General McMonagle. Very good to see you again. Vicky, good to see you as well. I am also suffering with power outages, not down there in Houston. I am actually up here in one of the 2 million people in the US that is not in the Houston area that is without power. I'm up in Portland, Oregon, where we have 4,000 miles of power lines that are down, and I'm on day 4. And so I've been told that my background has eliminated my ears, but at least I have power, so I'll stick with that. Today, I wanted to talk with you about a great report that I had the privilege of working with the IEF on, about the need for investment in oil and gas going forward. And this was something that we put out late last year. And increasingly, we realized as things have gone forward, this is becoming an even bigger issue than it has been in the as prices start to rise and as some of the comments that have been made earlier. So for context, I think it's helpful in CapEx that we had in 2015. But in terms of it being cost adjusted, because in 2015, a lot of the CEOs like Vicky and others went to the service sector companies and said, we need you to cut your costs. And they did that. And so a $1 cut in CapEx in 2015 had a much smaller impact than the $1 cut last year, because the service sector was unable to make the sort of cuts in costs that they had in 2014. So the one thing that really needs to be kept in mind is not only is the percentage bigger, but this has a much bigger impact. And while I know a lot of people are excited about this and see this, those that are really focused on the energy transition as a positive thing, we're very concerned about the fact that as the IEA and several others have said, you still need to have investment in the industry over the next several years, regardless of where demand is going. Our view is that through 2030, you need another 225 billion relative to the level that we had in 2020. And so this is quite a bit more than we're investing now. And this is also looking at it from the standpoint of increased investment needed even as we are still transitioning. BCG is very much on the forefront in terms of understanding and helping companies as they start to transition, the sort of actions that are needed by companies such as Oxy, such as the just delivered 2 million barrel delivery to Reliance, I think 2 Tuesdays ago. Those are the sorts of things that are going to need to happen in order to help the transition. But we still are going to need an investment in oil and gas, and without it, you're likely going to be looking at a potential for higher prices. And this is even if you have a view that demand is going to fall dramatically. It is still very clear that you still need additional investment to offset the decline rate. So even if you had a belief that 2020 or 2019 was actually peak demand year, which I don't believe. I do think that there's a lot of pent-up demand that is sitting out there, and that we are all going to be jumping back to it once this exogenous shock of the pandemic is gone, is that this more investment is needed. Now, there is a big difference between 2014 when we cut costs and we're able to also cut service sector costs between what 2014 looks like and what it looks like now. One is that projects are much, much faster. Companies in the US and other places have taken on board the lesson that they can bring online projects much quicker. And so part of the issue in 2008 when we reached $147 was that every company started to invest as fast as they could, but it took time to bring that production on. And so we do see that there is an ability for the sector to move much quicker. There's also a faster flexibility and elasticity on the demand side as some of the subsidies have been removed from some countries, allowing people and consumers to see as prices start to go up and give them an opportunity to decide to maybe modify their behavior. So I do see something where in the next year or two, we really do have a potential for a pretty significant price spike. We don't see it moving up to the kind of price spike that the Goldman Sachs and others were talking about in 2007, 2008. But there's a real potential of a price rise. And this is a big issue as we are also struggling and trying to work through the energy transition. Now, there are some things that are no doubt going to be happening over the next several years. I have no doubt that companies are going to be focused on trying to bring down their decline rates, trying to bring down their costs more, which could mitigate this lack of investment. But there is no doubt that you're going to need some additional investment. And as was mentioned earlier, is that as prices go up, companies aren't necessarily going to just be jumping as they have in the past when prices moved up. It is not just a sense of like, where is the price today, but a recognition of where that band might be. And that $40 mark that was mentioned earlier is a key number. And so I think increasingly as the price goes up, you're liable to see some companies actually see that as an opportunity to grab some cash, to provide some value, and be able to manage themselves and accelerate their energy transition. With that, Kobe, I will turn it back to you and to the next speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I was hoping actually that you might have seen Cornelia's question, and she complained that we hadn't fully answered it.
I did say, and I know Cornelia very well. Cornelia, I did see your note. I will say that I am now working on another report with Irina that is actually looking at that exact question, which is how are we going to fund the energy transition? Right now you are looking at increased pressure on the oil and gas industry in terms of how they're going to be able to fund the investments that are needed. But there's just such a huge amount that is needed in terms of the energy transition, and an understanding of where that money is going to come from, what its incentives are, is going to be extremely important. And so, Cornelia, I don't want to do the BCG consultant thing and duck your question, but I think it's a super important one and one that we need to look at a lot closer. And I know I could see Secretary General McMonigal laughing, which means I know he is focused on this. And this is going to be a huge question and arguably the question for our times over the next 5 years or so.
Well, thank you very much for taking Cornelia up, because I think it is a very pertinent question on both ends of the energy discussion, not just the oil and gas, but also all the new technologies that have to be brought in. So I guess we already have an item for next year's symposium. Since we're a little bit late, I'm going to leave it here and ask Mr. Mahmoud Abderrahim, Head of Strategic Research of Petronas, to take us further into the discussion.
Thank you, Excellencies, distinguished panelists. Kobe, good to see you.
Yes.
From our last meeting in Riyadh sometime in February last year, it's good to be here. It's a pleasure to be here indeed on this first ever IEA-IEF-OPEC virtual session. It's about half an hour to midnight here now in Kuala Lumpur. So I'll try to actually say everything in short and sweet, 5 minutes. First, let me share. I've got 2 or 3 slides to share. Okay.
Oh, that's me.
Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. For Petronas, I'm just going to give a perspective from the NOC, National Oil Company, where actually our core business has long been in oil and gas for the past 46 years, since we were established in 1974. And then on this subject of energy investment, in November last year, we made a fundamental shift, or you can call it game-changing shift, as we actually announced a bold move to become a net zero carbon emissions company by 2050. But let me now explain a little bit on why actually we pursue this aspiration of NZCE 2050. It was a calculated move. We have seen that in the past many decades, the oil and gas industry has long been in an ecosystem where energy transition is ongoing, is accelerating, with a growing focus on energy from clean and sustainable sources. And then, of course, you heard the many panelists and speakers earlier before me that actually attested to this the growing significance of oil and gas in the future, despite this growing focus towards clean and sustainable energy sources. So while this energy transition is happening, the oil and gas industry has actually been vulnerable to the boom and bust cycles, like, for instance, global economic and financial crisis, major geopolitical events and conflicts, not to mention natural disasters in the past. Of course, some of these events led to oil price spike, and no doubt most players, including Petronas, enjoyed robust returns that allowed them to actually keep on investing in new capacities, infrastructure, and new product offering, and also going to this new energy, just like what we're doing today. And then, of course, we talk about COVID being a catalyst that accelerates energy transition, plus other structural changes that were mentioned by many speakers earlier. Jamie Webster also spoke about structural changes. And then, as I'm talking to you now on this COVID-19, the impact is still unfolding. And so far, it really cuts deep into companies' profitability and returns. Of course, Petronas, we are not immune for the current crisis. And then at the same time, we also seen the emergence of new growth opportunities beyond the traditional oil and gas portfolio brought about by mega trends and other disruptive forces. Of course, when we talk about some of these new areas, we also look at, we call it lower or thinning returns since past 5 years, for instance. And then, while it may be something that's difficult to swallow, we may have to face the reality that double-digit return may be a thing of the past. So today, it is highly challenging actually than ever for industry players, including Petronas, to sustain past trajectory of earnings or returns. What more when oil prices remain volatile, and last year it remained low over a protracted period of time, as what we see happening so far. Of course, prices rebound since, but in the case of Petronas, there was a need for us to actually pivot and future-proof our business by entering new businesses beyond our core, so that our portfolio will remain robust and resilient amidst all these challenges and fast-changing external environment. And then at the same time, it will also provide avenues for us to actually secure new value pools as well as earning stability as part of a long-term growth agenda in these new areas. And then, of course, not to mention, at the same time, it will make us less exposed perhaps to fluctuations in oil and gas prices. And of course, while the energy transition is accelerating faster than before, we need to take this early bold step in these low carbon pathways for us to actually secure that end state aspiration, as I mentioned earlier. So directionally for Petronas, it's about pace, it's about scale, and we are heading to, and the need to remain agile, nimble, and of course resilient for us to remain competitive amidst the changes that I've mentioned earlier. And of course, when we talk about our net zero emissions by 2050, we are being guided by our statement of purpose, which is to become a progressive energy and solutions partner, enriching life for a sustainable future. So here, when we talk about our aspiration, it's not only Petronas being the first state-owned Asian energy company to actually set such goal, but it's also part of our long-term growth agenda towards sustainability that balances ESG, environment, social, and governance. So the whole commitment actually signals a fundamental major shift and a positive change for Petronas, which has long been involved, as I said before, in core oil and gas businesses since we were first set up as a company in 1974. And then I think it's good to mention here, Kobe, that actually we are doing it not because others are into this too or to keep up with the current trend. But again, I would like to stress the point that this is part of a well-calculated move to sustain our growth and position ourselves to capture new value pools in areas beyond our core. Now, of course, when we talk about the long-term strategy to achieve this carbon neutrality goal, Petronas will actually optimize our hydrocarbon efficiency and capture CCUS for one, employ more emissions reduction technologies, and also renewable-based solutions. So in a nutshell, before I end, this NZCE 2050 target is premised on the sustainability practices that have already been a part of Petronas business decision-making for more than 2 decades. It's not new actually. When we talk about our involvement in this new energy, actually we began back in 2015 with our first solar PV project. It was about 10 megawatts. And then in 2019, we set up this new energy outfit. We call it New Energy Business. And then in April 2019, we actually acquired M+ Energy Solutions Private Limited. That was our very first international solar venture outside Malaysia. Of course, when we add on everything that we've been doing today, we continue to expand our presence in Malaysia, especially to offer a wide range of solar solutions to Malaysian markets. Together with M+, we now have about 1,000 megawatt of solar capacity per year in operation and under development, powering over 150 commercial and industrial customers at 200 locations across India, Middle East, and Southeast Asia. Of course, Malaysia is also a big market for us in this new area. So from then on, our investments in low carbon solutions are made through our new energy unit. And then where the intent is to develop revenue streams decoupled from oil and gas, we are focused on renewables such as wind, solar for one, and then of course, not to mention other solutions including green hydrogen. So let me conclude, a few 3 or 4 key takeaways here. The first one, while we are looking at new areas, oil and gas actually will continue to remain significant contributor to our revenue because the challenge here is to make sure that the cost to serve remains competitive. So we need to actually optimize the return from oil and gas business for us to actually invest in some of these new areas. So secondly, when it comes to natural gas, it is core to Petronas as a cleaner source of fuel as part of, we call it sustaining and optimizing value amidst energy transition that's happening today. And of course, at the same time, we'll continue to explore opportunities in RE and other non-traditional areas. They also include clean or green hydrogen that I mentioned earlier. Thirdly, on a broader perspective, we can see that policy shift is happening across all of emerging Asia, Asia Pacific for one, and also even in Southeast Asia. Of course, when it comes to Malaysia, I can attest here that Petronas has a long-standing, excellent working relationship with the Malaysian government, especially the Economic Planning Unit, when it comes to matters related to oil and gas, and also national energy policy, to make sure that Malaysia can fully benefit from the energy transition and a staircase of opportunities that emerge from this energy transition that's happening and accelerating today. And last but not least, I think my view is that countries in the region, especially in this Asia, Southeast Asia, need to work together and pool their resources despite competing agenda or national interest for economic development and also energy security. Because I think when it comes to concerted push to create a low carbon business growth pathways and ecosystem for greener energy, especially in Asia, this is where a company like, for instance, Petronas, we are looking at a new form of collaboration and partnership that actually will help to drive and spur growth in this area beyond traditional oil and gas businesses. They will not only benefit Petronas, the company, but of course the government as well. I think that's about all that I have, Bobby.
Well, thank you very much. If you allow me a question, one of the questions that they wanted us to allude to is what the role of natural gas would be. And I heard you talk about CCS. Do I understand it in such a way that perhaps for, and you also said towards the future, the green hydrogen comes in, but that in the intermediate, you're looking for natural gas and CCS as a technology?
Yeah. Because I think when it comes to, the initiative, leading to that NZE 2050, we need to actually reduce tier 1 and tier 2 emissions from our operations. And then, as I mentioned earlier, part of what we're doing is also to apply carbon emission technologies. And then, of course, this include reducing flaring and venting, capturing methane emissions, also using more renewable energy on top of what I mentioned earlier, using CCUS at our high CO2 fields that it produces oil and gas, that we're actually producing oil and gas from. So mostly this CCUS will be deployed at the some of our upstream fields that are high in CO2 as part of what we're doing initially. Currently is ongoing.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that clarification.
Okay.
I hope in the Q&A we will come back, but I think it would be interesting to also to hear Mr. Kara Sandholt from the, he's a chief expert in the China National Renewable Energy Center, and hear his comments so that we can, then we can, and please give us some more questions in the Q&A.
Thank you, Kobe. I'm delighted to be part of this great panel, and I work for the Center for Renewable Energy in the Energy Research Institute in China, which is a think tank advising the Chinese government. And I thought I would use some minutes of my introduction to focus on China and focus on the energy transformation in China, and thereby answering some of the questions for the panel from a China perspective. What we do at the Energy Research Institute is have an annual outlook with the outspring of renewables, but actually a energy system outlook for China towards 2050. And as a precondition for our work is that China is actually very ambitious on this energy transformation, and clearly the announcement last year of the 2060 carbon neutrality for China is a very important driver for this energy transformation. So we actually looked at let me just show you one slide. The transformation as we see it in a below 2 degree scenario. And firstly, we recognize that renewable energy, especially wind and solar, onshore wind and solar, has become cost-efficient and secure solutions, which can be deployed rapidly and massively from now on and in the coming years. So our main strategy for...
Cara, we haven't seen the slide yet, at least not on my screen.
Okay.
I'm just like everyone else.
I think I'm sharing it, but maybe it can't. It's not that important. It's a fuel mix from 2020 to 2050, and I will come back to the. But I'm trying to share it. Anyway, let me see if I can share one of the other. This one.
Ah, yes, there it is. Thank you.
That's better. Okay, sorry for that, and thank you for letting me know. Yeah, as I mentioned, it shows the total primary energy consumption development from 2020 to 2050 in our below 2 degree scenario, where we have a substantial energy transformation. And the strategy for this transformation is well known. It's focused on energy efficiency in the end-use sectors. It's transforming the power sector from coal to wind and solar as a future backbone of the system. Of course, combined with support technologies, including storage and Power-to-X. And the third strategy is to electrify especially the industry, the transport and building sectors directly or indirectly. And that actually points to 4 main fuel strategies to reach these targets. Firstly, as mentioned, a massive deployment of wind and solar, mainly in the power sector. Secondly, a clear coal phase-out strategy starting now, but with a controlled phase-out of coal in the power sector and in the industry sectors. An all-peak strategy. Clearly, it's not possible in our scenarios and in other scenarios to reduce oil in China right away, but it is possible to have a peak within the next 10 to 15 years. And one of the main drivers for this is electrification of the transport sector. And fourthly, a moderate development of natural gas, especially outside the power sector, which might be quite different from other countries. And as you can see in this slide, China moves from high energy consumption and high carbon emission to a system where you have a clean, low carbon, safe and cost efficient energy system, which is the official goal for China towards 2050. And if we dive into these questions, if you look at natural gas, as mentioned, it will not have a crucial role in the energy system in China, in our view. It's too expensive in the power sector compared with alternatives. And it's actually not necessary to, as a transforming technology, the existing coal-fired power plants will be able to cover the flexibility needs. CCS and CCUS might have a role in China in the future. However, this is a clearly very long-term solution, and it might not be particularly relevant in the power sector because that will lock onto the existing coal-fired power plants instead of transforming into renewables. We think that hydrogen and Power-to-X will have a role in the future, but it's not a short-term solution. And we actually don't see any contradictions between green energy transformation and reliable, affordable energy services. We think that actually it's the economic growth in China will actually rely on massive deployment of green technologies. So you will have a green growth instead of working against the economic growth by the energy transformation. Clearly, it's necessary to decrease investments risk for renewables and increased investments risks for fossil fuels to follow this pathway. And China is already carrying out a number of energy sector reforms and implementing a emission trading system, and that will actually help in this direction. Finally, I would say that we expect a massive growth in EVs in China, around 400 million EVs in 2050 in China alone, which will decrease the need for oil in the long term. So the challenge, if we look at investments, is, and the opportunity also is actually to use the existing infrastructure and to avoid stranded investments. And which means that China should avoid more investments in coal power and even in natural gas plants, and stimulating the existing coal-fired power plants to operate much more flexible. And also we don't see the need for massive investments in gas infrastructure, rather focus on investments in the power infrastructure. Yes, I think that was my 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm grateful that we managed to get the slide up, because it is a really interesting view on how it will work. It's slightly different from what we've seen from other countries, and I think that makes it very interesting on how all these net zero plans are unfolding. You said that natural gas doesn't have a major role, but I saw in your slide it was very stable. And since China is a very large market, there's still substantial amounts of natural gas in your prediction.
You're right. You're right.
So so I would think that and it might even be increase a little bit, but of course comparatively to what you said about renewable, it is less. Well, thank you very much for this, and I'm sure we will come back to some questions, and I think before we turn to our next speaker, I see in the Q&A that Vicky wants to answer Douglas Linton's question live. And since it's related to our discussion, unless Vicky is not available right now, maybe Vicky can, because it's also related to what we just heard. We can ask Vicky to come in.
Actually, I made a mistake. I was trying to answer it to provide a written answer, so I couldn't retract. But what I will say, it's with respect to the 2 million barrel VLCC that we recently sent to China that was carbon neutral. The question was, how do you do more of this? And the answer is we have to do more of this by creating more carbon capture. And so what we use for carbon capture units and credits for that shipment. But since we ship a lot to international locations, it is our goal ultimately to provide the carbon credits to ensure that we can eventually start shipping carbon neutral or carbon negative oil internationally. And with respect to the questions around how do you fund it, the good thing about where we are in the world today is that more and more companies are understanding and wanting to become carbon free. And those companies that have done the work to really realize what their carbon footprint are willing to now start investing in carbon capture. So we expect that we'll provide the expertise, we'll provide the places to sequester the oil, but we do expect that the direct air capture that we intend to build in the Permian is going to be funded by companies like United Airlines who want to have a carbon-free footprint ultimately, and their only way to do it is to invest in carbon capture projects like ours will be in the Permian. And so I think more and more companies are going to want to do that. And as they do, that gives us a better ability in the world to do carbon capture in a big way.
So I guess you also rely on that at some point in the world, we will agree when a certificate comes with a shipment that we can rely on it being exactly that.
That's exactly right. We have to have that in place to make it real and understandable.
Okay, thank you very much for. Sorry that I called. I mean, I saw that. I thought she's really keen to jump into that. So maybe we should do that very quickly before you had to leave the meeting or something. So I thought I'd catch you on the when I can. I would like to ask Philippe Bayon, the CEO of Ecopetrol Group, to make his points, and then we can perhaps look at, because we, even though it's not overflowing with a lot of questions, we still have some questions that I think are very relevant and maybe also go towards the entire afternoon. Question by Adnan, for instance, has been out there, which is a very relevant one on exactly what we're discussing. So please, Mr. Bayon, then we can maybe also do some Q&A.
Kobe, thank you. It's good to see you, Excellencies, and my respect to IEF, IEA, and OPEC, and thanks for the invitation. If we can show the slides, and I'll try to be very brief. So yeah, this is a picture that I like very much. It's the last one. It's our first solar park, which is surrounded by forest, oil exploitation. It has water usage for agriculture, and it also has cattle grazing. And the message is that we can all fit, you know, and we can actually all be part of the conversation and the solution going forward. Next one. A few messages. So the first one is that I think COVID has shown us how fragile we are as individuals and as civilization as well. It has accelerated energy transition. The pace of the actions that we're taking as industry may not be enough in terms of reaching some of the goals in light of COP26 at the end of the year. Big question that we need to ask ourselves. I think technology and working inter-collaboration in industry are fundamental in terms of how do we provide solutions. And the last message is that Colombia is one of the leading countries in terms of energy transition. And a few of my colleagues have already talked about demand and actually our offer in terms of energy to the world. A few messages here. Renewables continue to increase. There's some other sources that have been reducing over the years. And if we look at 2040, eventually we'll see that still being the case. If you look at Latin America, and for context, Latin America has close to 700 million people, and it's growing in terms of population. So we see a reduction, both in terms of coal and oil, increasing gas, increasing others. Hydro is a very, very large part of how we provide energy to the people. But clearly, not unlike other regions in the world, we see a big increase both in renewables and in other sources as well. If we go to the next one, please. So in terms of Colombia itself, and you see there's we rely on coal. We actually have a very large production of coal. A lot of actually makes its way to Asia and China in particular. Oil will continue to be important. We have energy security, we're self-sufficient. We refine most of our products in country. Gas, we may see a long-term drop. And I think part of the issue here is, do we see, as some people predict, peak oil? Is there the concept of peak gas coming into the question? And again, as forecasts, we all know that these may be wrong. But our view in Ecopetrol is that gas needs to be a fundamental part of the future. As I was mentioning, hydro, very important. Today in Colombia, 70% of our energy is produced from hydro. And renewables will grow from a very, very low base to a very large base, almost 1/5 of the energy share. If you look at the emissions, Colombia has made a commitment recently to be, by 2030, to have a reduction of 51% in terms of the CO2 emissions. And one of my colleagues was mentioning cattle and the land use. And we see that that's one of the main sources of emissions. Deforestation, big issue in Colombia. but we also think it's a big opportunity. Can we be at net zero by 2050? And I was listening to my colleague from Petronas in terms of the pledge and the ambition that they have. But this is something that was recently announced by government, by President Duque, and we are actually working to see how we can actually join that effort and be part of the solution. But this is a massive, massive challenge. If we go to the next one, please. So what are we doing in Ecopetrol? So the first thing is, how do we increase our competitiveness in terms of being more efficient, in terms of driving costs down? And I was listening to some of the presentations earlier. This is about the use of technology. This is about the use of processes and being more competitive. And to some extent, can we avoid stranded assets? Can we ensure that we can take those resources and put them into the markets? The second pillar is about how do we diversify? As Ecopetrol, we want to become a more gassy company, a gassier company, produce more gas. And we're also looking at our regional expansion. We have a very important partnership with Oxy in the Permian in the US, and it's good to see Vicky as part of the panel as well. But we're also looking at things as renewables, and I'll talk a bit more about that. How do we accelerate our decarbonization? When we talk to people and say that every Colombian is responsible for 5 tons of CO2 per year, how do we ensure that people see the need for decarbonization, not as an accountability or responsibility only by the authorities or the ministry or government, but also something that we need to work on as a whole? And here, I think I'd like to offer a few other points that may be not known by people. One, Colombia has been chosen as one of the countries that will lead conversations at the UN Assembly General in September around its energy transition. It's a high-level dialogue. And also, we are now members of IRENA as such. So the leadership from Colombia, and one that we are actually being part of as Ecopetrol, is fundamental as we look forward. In terms of TESG, and you see that we're using ESG, environmental, social, and governance, but we're putting the T in front. And when we talk about TESG, we mean that technology, innovation is one element that goes across everything. It's driving how we can accelerate things. I was mentioning that COVID showed us how fragile we are, but it gave us a lot of opportunities as well. We accelerated digital transformation, and I think also decarbonization and the need and the expectations around those were accelerated. But technology is a fundamental part. And I think that us in this forum, working jointly as industry, we can provide as industry the solutions to many of these issues. We're very good at deploying technology very quickly. So TESG is a very important concept and is part of our DNA. Also, how do we retool people? Retooling in terms of their abilities and the way they can actually approach their professional sort of developments is a fundamental part. We're going to be investing much more money in terms of gas. We're going to be, if we go to the next one, we're going to be opening 6 new solar power plants. This is for our own operations, north of 150 megawatts by the end of the year, en route to 400 megawatts in 2023. We are the largest self-power generating company in Colombia. This will allow us to reduce 1 million tons of CO2. So this is actually being, I don't know, congruent or being actually applying our strategy in terms of how we operate. We're looking at hydrogen, and green hydrogen was mentioned. Ecopetrol is the largest hydrogen producer in Colombia, so we have an experience, but it's produced out of methane. So we're now looking at installing an electrolyzer this year, small scale, but we can start testing it, for example, in gas grids and increasing or including hydrogen into the gas mix as well. And it's something that we're working with government. We're looking at nature-based solutions. So 15 eco reserves going to be established this year for preservation of forest and also carbon capture. And the last one, if I can go to the next slide, please. As we look at our company into the future, how do we become Colombia's energy company? A couple of weeks ago, we presented a non-binding offer for a company called ISA, Interconexión Eléctrica S.A., which is one of the largest power transmission companies in the region, operates in Colombia, in Brazil, in Chile, Peru, and some other parts. And we're looking at, and one of my colleagues earlier was mentioning, how do we get the power from A to B? We're convinced that power transmission is can be a fundamental part of this new future. It's a bold move, and it's something that, as I said, we announced a couple of weeks ago. Hopefully, we can be successful with the transaction. It can provide as well a natural hedge against volatility of oil prices, but we're convinced it also underpins our strategy in terms of energy transition. With that, Kobe, I'm finished. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much for this very interesting presentation on developments in your country, which for some maybe they only think about the coal exports, but this is a very interesting way of actually of showing how Colombia is moving forward beyond that for itself and the region. And I was very pleased to see that the investments are being done as we speak. That leaves us a little bit with some of the questions. Laila Ben Ali mentioned the value creation. So my question to you, for instance, is what I hear is a story in value creation. And the question is, do you think you can convince Laila and perhaps also Cornelia with their questions, whether the oil and gas industry can create enough value in order to draw not just investments in their renewable businesses, but also in their more traditional businesses that they are trying to make have a lower carbon footprint. So maybe because I saw the solar fans, we can start with you on seeing how we can address that discussion, because I think it's crucial from what we heard today that we need a lot of investments both in renewables but also in oil and gas for the future outlooks. How are we going to resolve this?
So Kobe, if I may, just a few thoughts. One, I think the energy transition needs to be orderly. Some people want us to rush the transition. We need to work in an orderly fashion. And that's point number one. Point number two, last year was very difficult for oil and gas companies. Our returns dropped. We haven't announced results yet next week, but clearly we need to ensure that we continue to be more efficient. Things like technology and digital transformation can provide some of those returns. In terms of renewables, we are seeing that as 10 or 15 years ago, they were not financially sound or probably wouldn't work. Today, just in the first year of operation, that small 21 megawatt park helped us save $1 million in operations. And I tell my guys in the field, is it easy to save $1 million in the operations? And they tell me, not necessarily. So it's demonstrated that we can provide a reduction in emissions and we can save money. It makes sense. And I think the investment going forward, as we presented our bid in the transmission lines, these businesses that are regulated have double-digit returns. And if you look at the investors, they're looking at how can we hedge? How can we provide this hedge to some of our volatility? Our ROCE numbers can drop to below 5% on a bad year. If you have double digits like we have today in the midstream business, we can actually balance that and be more sustainable. And the last thing, Kobe, crises are becoming more frequent. There used to be every 10 years. Now they're every 3 or 4 years. We need to be resilient. We need to be ready for those.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Any of the other panelists wanting to go into this question of how the oil and gas business can create value to attract the investments?
I'll take a quick crack at it. I think it's two things, and I think to add on to what Felipe mentioned, which is that one, the industry has to get much better. In order to pull in the money, you're going to need to show that it is a good investment. And to be honest, oil and gas did have a bad last year, but we've had a lot of bad years for the last 8 or so. And so that's one, is that we actually need to show that this is a industry that can show the returns, that can get the total shareholder return up and can compete against some of these other sectors. And the other is that you are going to need to show how you are part of the energy transition. And this is not just investing in electricity networks, but it's also evolving past the discussion of we need to transition, yes, but we're going to need oil and gas for the next 40 years. It's like, if we're going to need oil and gas for the next 40 years, the move by Vicky and others is exactly the move, which is that you need to say, okay, if you are going to use oil, shouldn't you use the least carbon intensive oil that you can? And whether that is moving in the best case scenario all the way down and offsetting everything and being able to carbon capture, or just getting into the oil and understanding that this oil from this location is more carbon intensive than this oil from this location. And I know that companies on the heavy users of energy are starting to get involved with this and starting to become aware of this. And increasingly, this is going to be the discussion, which is not just, yes, we need to transition, yes, we're going to use oil, but it's what we call at BCG, the rise of the third number, which is right now we talk about API and sulfur. The third number is going to be, what is your carbon intensity of your crude oil and the products that come out of that. And I think that's how you're going to be able to compete and be able to draw the investment.
So if I take a little bit of a shortcut if I try to summarize your answer, are we suggesting that maybe the developments on capital markets and the demands they have on the type of business they invest in, that it's going to be a stronger incentive than carbon prices, as we have had around for quite a while in a number of jurisdictions?
Yeah, I would say that's an open question. I think that's an open question to on where we go with that. Yeah.
No, but it's an interesting thought, of course, that capital markets are going to be very strong on this. I know we're late, but there was one question which I think is very interesting. Is that of course, when we think about renewables and future energy production, that water issues might play a role in this, and that sometimes, and I'm from Europe, and you might all be aware that in our discussions, we're very much enthusiastic about energy transition and actually moving out of fossil fuels, but we don't always ask the right questions in terms of what other scarcities we might bump into. And I saw in the Q&A, I saw someone raise that issue, that actually some countries have been suffering from droughts. And if you think about hydrogen production in the future, maybe that might be an issue, at least hydrogen from solar and wind. So anyone have any thoughts on making that combination? I'm a little bit looking at Cara, because, and maybe Saudi Arabia, you are, of course, a natural place to answer that.
Okay, I think I have answered these questions in the live chat, but I'll give you an example. If one of the largest, or the largest hydrogen project in the world is ongoing in Saudi, which is almost, if I remember, 1.2 million ton per annum of hydrogen, ammonia. That require a capacity of water is almost like a 20 to 30. I don't want to say the number because some of the numbers are confidential, but let's say around 20 to 30 thousand cubic meter per day. I mean, and this is really like low. This is really for a village, even for a small village in a remote area. So the amount of water needed for hydrogen is comparably very low, I can say. So I can tell you, like, the desalinated water in Saudi is almost like 8 million cubic meter per day, and you can't talk about 232,000 of cubic meter for the largest hydrogen project. So it is very low. So what I'm trying to say. So I think is the main challenge, if you allow me, is that if you look at the gas industry in the US and if you see how it's developed over the years, the very short terms, and you see how much investment has been put into the system from gas pipeline, and it's huge in amount of trillions of dollars. And if you look at if you take the same picture and if you look at the gas in the Middle East, for example, I'm just giving just an example from this perspective, maybe it's almost equal amount of gas. And if you look at the gas in Saudi, Qatar, and Iran, and all this area, and you see the amount of investment has been put into the system, into gas pipeline and others, is negligible completely. And that's why the geopolitical part is really like play a vital role in the development of technology, especially between countries, and export of technology, export of products between different countries. So if you let the private sector, you know, like, and if you let the cost of energy, you know, like, and the true cost of energy is just fly, and you put apart the political and geopolitical part, I think you will see a different type of equation, and you will see an acceleration of technology, and especially in the renewables, beyond imagination. So that's the main thing. I mean, you can imply this to hydrogen transportation. You can imply this to balancing the grid from renewables. You can imply this to many things beyond. You can imply this one to countries that have their own coal, indigenous coal, and they are putting fuel subsidies in the system just to keep that. So I think if you put really the right incentives and penalties, and target time is like a ticket you pay, and this penalties, and you will incentivize everybody to go and to that target. Without it, it's quite tough, you know, to motivate people, countries to go forward. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that answer, because it couldn't have come from a country knowing how to manage water scarcity than Saudi Arabia. And also, I know there's quite a lot of projects where you're moving into energy transition, which are part of that solution. And that's also, like I said, in Europe, they're very preoccupied with their own projects, but they forget to look around sometimes, that there's really interesting stuff going on in Latin America, in Africa and the Middle East, but also in Asia. And that has been made very clear, I think, by your presentations. And we can all favor ourselves if we actually are a little bit more attentive to what is going on everywhere. I have a question to all of you, just as to complete the discussion. We've heard from the oil and gas companies that they all want to balance oil and gas production. In part, companies like Shell, BP, Total, they all recognize that they need to invest in oil and gas in order to also, at the same time, be able to reduce their footprint. We also heard some more companies who are following the same route, which I think is a very interesting development that is very recent. At the same time, we and that goes back again to a little bit to capital markets, but also to public sentiment, perhaps. The companies have been criticized. And my question is, do you think that these companies are vital actually in realizing the ambitions of their governments to in their energy transitions, so that the oil and gas companies actually can provide quite a lot of knowledge, capital, and all sorts of things, or and new companies, of course, that come up, the power companies, so that the energy community can actually deliver on this? That is just a question. We've seen really interesting graphs from China, which I think is a very ambitious outlook. So my question to you is, do you think that as a community, because that's how we are here virtually gathered, can we deliver that? And maybe you want to start first, since you're still on the screen. Ayat, maybe you can answer first.
Okay. I see a lot of participants from the oil and gas company, and so they can answer much better than this. But what we hear from the lady Vicky and others, I mean, they do a great job in the how to do a negative, basically oil barrels, and they utilize the CCUs in this the technologies. I mean, I see they are. If you see all the graphs, you will see the gas and oil still will continue for the coming medium, long term, short term, medium, and maybe even long term. So it's very vital that they are part of the solutions. Either even in the, if you see the expansion, for example, I talk about Saudi here. Let's say we see some part of the gas power plant are operated by oil, for example, and now there is a plan that is the national oil company is embracing to connect the country with gas pipeline. This gas will help into improving the efficiency, reducing the carbon emissions, and also when you are able to combine this together with the improving the efficiency of the power plant. If you see, for example, like a country like Iraq right now is they're working into with the oil company to capitalize in the flare gas, to push it together and utilize it instead of burning it into the processing it into the power plant. They combine this together with the high efficiency of the power generation of the electricity sector by if you increase the efficiency, if you move basically from combined cycle, from open cycle to combined cycle, you almost double the capacity without burning extra fuel. So collaboration between oil and gas companies, electricity companies, definitely will help into improving the situation and lowering the carbon intensity. This is for sure. And as I said earlier, if you look at, for example, the gas power plant, if you see that is almost 20–30% of its component, it's a power block. This power blocks, it's almost like if you utilizing it right now to burn clean gas. In the future, if you are moving step by step into hydrogen, increasing the intensity of the hydrogen in the gas turbines, of course you need to invest much more into the chemicals that because hydrogen burn at high temperatures. So this technology maybe 20, like you build the gas plant for 20 to 30 years. You have a gas turbine with burning a natural gas, and then you work into reducing the green hydrogen and reducing the cost. And once you have the pipelines and you have the right amount of hydrogen in the networks, you can convert this gas pipeline, also gas power plant, eventually into hydrogen burning, basically like a plant. So all these transitions without working together with oil and gas companies will never happen. If you don't have the right gas, the right oil, it will never happen. So yeah, that's a short answer for a long answer.
Thank you. Jamie, some last words on this?
Actually, I thought he did a really good job of explaining that. I don't have any.
I thought so too, but I wasn't.
Any additions? Yeah. Well,
I didn't want to skip you.
Well said. Well said.
Mahmoud?
Kobe, maybe just briefly, when it comes to energy transition, like for instance, Petronas as a business entity, we have our own commercial targets, right? But at the same time, when we actually looking at some of the new areas, especially non-traditional, beyond our core oil and gas, like for instance, hydrogen, we talk about energy storage, some of those RE, beyond solar, beyond wind, it needs actually proper ecosystem for these new businesses to thrive in any country, even in Malaysia. So what is in here, of course, for the oil company, like for instance, in this case, Petronas, to actually provide the right advisory to the government, the impact of energy transition, what would be, how would energy transition benefit the government in terms of perhaps job creation, how much percentage it can add to the GDP. So I think this is the kind of ecosystem that the government actually needs to create. What kind of incentive, whether or not they need to come up with new business-friendly regulations so that the economic model can actually capitalize on the benefits and multiplier effects coming from this energy transition. So I think we need to play our role as a like for instance, Petronas NOC to provide that kind of advice to the government and direction, and also to actually maintain that close collaboration, public-private partnership to make sure that the ecosystem is actually created in a timely manner and then able to actually leverage on whatever opportunities coming our way. Okay, that's all.
Well, thank you very much for that. Perhaps, Kara, are the Chinese oil companies vital for delivering on your new energy mix?
Yeah, at least I think that the fossil fuel companies would say is vital for this. And it's very important that they work for the energy transition and not against this. Clearly, China is special in that sense that they are very, very depending on oil import and also increasingly on gas import. But if we look at the coal industry and the big power producers which are relying on coal, there has been a tendency that they really want to maintain what they already have their advantages and cheap oil coal prices and so on. And that has to change. And I think the recent development in China really emphasizes also for these companies that it's a must, that they must be part of the energy transition. And it is encouraging to listen to, for instance, what's happening in Colombia. The diversification will be important. And we see in China that the big power companies, which are based on coal, they are more and more investing into wind and solar as well. So clearly they have a very big role to play, but they just have to realize that before that's really going to work.
Well, thank you very much for that, and that is very interesting. Philippe, you already alluded to your role in that with your investments, but yeah, I don't want to deny you some last words.
Yeah, so final thoughts. One, we're a company that's going to be 70 years old this year. And it's a company that a third of Colombians through their pension funds is indirectly owner of. And we're also listed in New York in the stock exchange, just to give you a sense of who we are. But I think the answer is definitely yes. We need to be part of that solution. We can provide resources, we can provide know-how, we can provide technology, and we can lead in that effort through the quality of our products, for example, through how we deal with fugitive methane emissions, in terms of our water footprint. And we were talking about water earlier, but there's some fields in Colombia where we have 98% water cut. Out of 100 barrels, we produce 98 of water and 2 of oil. So we know how to deal with some of these issues. And when we think about water stresses going forward and some of the needs and droughts that we're mentioning, I think we're a fundamental part. At the end of the day, we're convinced that providing energy to people is one of the most powerful ways to close the gaps we have currently. COVID has sent us back some years in that sense. I think we're part of the solution going forward.
Well, thank you very much. And I think we, in this session, we all invited ourselves back to report back to the audience how we're doing in maybe next year or the year after. Since it's late, I'm going to give it back to Joe as quickly as I can. Thank you very much.
Let me quickly come in here if I can before I hand over to Joe, actually. And thank you so much, Kobe, for that. Really, I think a very in-depth discussion there in terms of what's going on in the world of energy. And again, we wanted this from the stakeholder perspective. Without a doubt, we got it. We really got that trip around the world, some great projects that are going on, some, great focus and dedication. And again, as we heard it, I think from everybody on your panel there, the focus and the dedication is certainly, to be part of the solution and to really look ahead to a greener, cleaner future while providing energy for the world. That ultimate responsibility that I think, people like Vicky from the international oil companies and all of the CEOs take, so seriously. And while they're looking at their new focus, I think it's about bringing everybody in the community into working together. So it's great to hear that. Thank you again, Kobe, so much for that panel. it's now time to actually wrap this up. We've had so much today. And of course, for all of you watching again, and you can tell your colleagues as well, the video on demand will be available. So, you can still watch this back, because we really had some great detailed presentations and some great detailed information from so many people there. Joining us now, Keisuke Sadamori is still with us. He's with the International Energy Agency, and also, of course, His Excellency Mohammed Sanusi Barkindo. So let me hand back to the IEF Secretary General, Joe McMoneagle, to wrap this session up for me. Joe.
Thank you, Etna, and special thanks to you for hosting us and navigating us through today. A lot of important topics, and thanks, of course, to everybody on this last panel. It was really terrific and worth staying for. If you joined us early on, it was worth staying for. Certainly, the pandemic's impact on energy markets was profound and unprecedented. But at this event, we've really started the reset of energy outlooks for 2021 and beyond. And so the issues we discussed today will no doubt be a focus for the foreseeable future. I'm referring to shocks to energy demand and supply, elevated uncertainty and energy market volatility, accelerating the pace of change in energy transitions, and new challenges and opportunities these bring to investment and trade in energy futures that are both sustainable and inclusive. Let me once again thank His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz for joining us, and the other energy ministers from India and Nigeria for their participation, as well as the collaboration of our co-hosts at OPEC and IEA. And also, let me just thank everyone who joined in, both on the Zoom platform and also the general public viewing on the live stream. So turn it back to you, Etna. You're muted.
That's unusual. I usually get my myself off mute. So thank you. And again, small technical glitches. It's been a long day here, and such fascinating information coming from you. Really, it's been an absolute joy. I always enjoy the Symposium on Energy Outlooks, and really it's a great time. And I know His Excellency Mohammed Barkindo has always been, putting his heart and soul, and the team from Dr. Ayad and all of the research team from OPEC, the work they do into this is so vitally important. And the same, of course, from the International Energy Agency, from Keisuke, and from the executive director and the team there. So really great opportunities, I think, for everybody to examine those outlooks, to compare and contrast as we did earlier, and really to see, how they reach this. They're not there to give the answers, as we heard this morning, but also there to really have people think about what's going on and look at the scenarios and really look at how we can see that cleaner, greener future, because we understand what's happening in the market. So it's absolutely essential there. Lots going on, of course, with the International Energy Forum. Since Joe arrived, I think he's been, without a doubt, super busy. He's just settling into Saudi Arabia. He might not be traveling as much, but I think his broadband has probably brought him around the world a few times. So I know that we're looking forward to the EU meeting and also to the Dallas Fed meeting, both of these in February. Full details on the website, and of course, lots of information on the website that you can all have a look at. And both of those meetings will be there for public viewing, so you can keep an eye and sign in there as well. And also, very importantly, of course, watch all the activity on the International Energy Forum. Big focus towards the end of the year, when there will be the ministerial, one way or another. And I sincerely hope that we can perhaps all get to Saudi Arabia for that. We'll really be looking forward to the ministerial meeting of the International Energy Forum. And again, it's just watch for dates. We don't have one yet, but I know, Joe, it's something you're already, and all of the team, working hard. So it just leaves me to say goodbye to all of the people who joined us. Thank you for joining us from around the world. Joe, I'll put it over to you.
One thing before we leave, I want to offer my good friend, Secretary General Barkindo, an opportunity to make some final remarks, and also to Sadamori-san from the IEA. So Secretary General Barkindo, any final thoughts?
Thank you very much, Joe. I just want to join you and my other co-hosts, the IEF and their staff. And I'm glad that our friend and colleague Yuri Centurion was also able to join us from the GCF. This is a very, very successful session. There's no doubt, as I said in my opening remarks, that you have hit the ground running, as we say in Nigeria. As usual, your staff have been excellent, including our friend Etna, in having a very smooth, very efficient, excellent setting. We have been whispering among ourselves here in Vienna that we hope that this is not going to be the new normal. When delegates around the world feel very comfortable with such a very successful conference that you have just held virtually, they may lose the appetite of meeting offline, which we have been missing. Our successful trial has therefore created platforms that are haven for discussions relevant to all parties, as we have seen. We cannot thank you enough. We have in these venues the valuable chance to work together for consensus within the consumer-producer dialogue. This is going to become even more necessary, as most of the speakers are mentioned in their presentations, in the months and years to come, as we all emerge and rebuild out of this horrific pandemic. Our industry as a whole is facing a myriad significant challenges, as we have heard from these resourceful persons. And we believe this can all be met through consensus and leadership, such as what I have seen on display here today. And as a proud member, I must tell you, of the multilateral system, dialogue is integral to OPEC and has been since our organization's inception over 60 years ago in Baghdad on the banks of the Tigris River, in the cradle of human civilization. In fact, OPEC's first resolution, Joe, I'm sure you know by now, in 1960 had dialogue front and center, way back in 1960. This has remained a consistent theme ever since. We also have dialogues with a great many other partners, including consumers, producers, and industry experts. For example, we have a very vibrant dialogue with India, and I'm glad that our friend Dharmendra Pradhan has been able to join us today. Only in this way can we have a true 360-degree view, as they say, the market, and understand its various influences and perspectives. We will all need to be great communicators in the coming months and years as the world and its energy systems undergo this rapid change. I like the existential psychologist Rollo May's statement. I believe there are many students of Rollo May on this call, when he said communication leads to community. That is, to understanding, intimacy, and mutual valuing. We are hardly understood. We are hardly on the table to be listened to. There is need for us to adapt to these changing times. I am thus thankful for the opportunity to meet today and share knowledge and wisdom as we have done. We are forever able to learn from one another, and I wanted to recap some of the main points, but I am aware that time is not on our side. So let me conclude by thanking you, Joe, for this leadership you have shown today, and all your staff and all other partners from the IEA, especially my friend Fatih Birol, and finally our chief host, His Highness Abdulaziz bin Salman, the Energy Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, whom I referred to in my opening remarks as a co-founder of the IEF. We had negotiated the terms of reference and the agreement for establishing this IEF, and I recall fondly the role that he played at that time, including his late uncle of blessed memory, King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. So once again, Etna, look to see you soon, hopefully in Vienna. And thank you, Joe. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, a couple of months ago, we had a tourism and jet travel seminar, and we had the Greek tourism minister, and he said, he expressed confidence that we would all get back to travel again, basically said you can't take virtual tours to experience Santorini. So I think we could say the same about Vienna and Schnitzel. So hopefully we'll be back in Vienna soon. And lastly, I just want to turn it over to Kaisuke Satomori-san for any final comments.
Thank you. First of all, I fully agree with Mr. McMonagle and Mr. Barkindo for their excellent points they made. And I think that today's discussion, very good discussions, confirmed that we are facing enormous uncertainty in terms of the future for the COVID-19, the global economy, and also the speed and scale of the clean energy transitions. On the other hand, the discussion today also confirmed that the oil and gas industries, this sector has a huge role to play. And they will continue to need to kind of fuel the economic growth, while they're also asked to play a big role in this the very clean energy transitions. They need to be part of the solution, and they're also asked to clarify the implications of this very clean energy transitions which is happening. So in this very conditions, I think that the energy outlooks and the scenario analysis will have the more important, all the more important role to play in the guiding policy-making decisions and the investment decisions by the governments and industries. So IEA will work with and continue to exchange views with the OPEC and IEF to enhance our work on energy forecasting and analysis in our energy market reports, World Energy Outlook, and energy technology perspectives and other works. We at the IEA hope to see you all face to face next time. And finally, likewise, I would like to express my sincere appreciation, our sincere appreciation to the IEF for this excellent organization of this event, and we hope to see you soon. Thank you for all the participants for the excellent contributions. We learned a lot. Thank you very much.
So Joe, I think that just about wraps it up. So I'll do the close of the close. And again, a big thanks to everybody, and a huge thanks to all of the team at the IEF. We know how diligently they've been working over the last while, and a big welcome to some new players that you brought on board. So we look forward to meeting all of your new team in the coming months. So once again, I'll close off from here. And Joe, big thanks to you and to everybody who's on the close here. We're really grateful that you all joined us, and Vicky Hollab as well. Thank you so much for taking the time. Stay warm and dry, I think, in Texas at the moment. That's the plan. Joe, any last word?
No, thank you, Etna, and thanks to all. And as Etna said, the video on demand will be up shortly, so you can watch it all again.
Take care. Thank you all again. Bye-bye, everybody. And we'll see you definitely next year for this, but there's lots more to come from now until then. Once again, thanks so much. Bye-bye.